Shalom and welcome to Zion Lex TV. Be sure to like the video, subscribe, and share the live stream. Become a member of Zion Lex TV and unlock several hidden features and hidden videos. Also, you can donate to Zion Lex TV at Cash App $Zion Lex or via PayPal at zionlex@gmail.com. We also have an online academy entitled Learn Torah Hebrew Academy. Visit us on patreon.com/learntorah. Our Gold tier membership gives you unlimited access to our special event lectures and our special live movie nights. Our Platinum tier gives you unlimited access to our Torah class, Kabbalah class, Patriarchs and Matriarchs of the Covenant classes, as well as understanding the New Testament via the Oral Tradition class. Our Diamond tier gives you unlimited access to all of the previous tiers, as well as our most sought-after class, our Biblical Hebrew course. And finally, our highest tier, our Sapphire tier, gives you unlimited access to all previous tiers, as well as our highly esteemed rabbinical course. Be sure to sign up today and check your tier membership so as to ensure you're getting access to the classes you desire. Thank you for visiting us here at Zion Lex TV, and now back to our current live stream.
I'll do it. Zion Lex exposes Lashawan Qadash. We're going to talk about the Messiah and Jewish identity, y'all. We got a lot to talk about tonight. Let's give all praise to the Most High, in the name of His only begotten Son. We're going to talk about it tonight, y'all. Is it Yahweh, Yehovah, Yahuwah, Yahweh, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh? Is it Yeshua, Yahushua, Yehoshua? We're going to talk about some things tonight, y'all, and our brothers' transitioning journey from being an Old Testament only to now believing in the Messiah. His worldview and ideologies on the Jewish community. Are they our brothers? Are they converts, proselytes? We're going to talk about it all today, y'all. We're going to get him on here in just a second. Look at this stupid comment.
We don't even got to, it's all good. We don't got to address it. But it's extremely important, everybody, that we know the name of the Most High. And this is not going to be a slight to anybody that, because I know there's some brothers who pronounce the Most High's name Yehovah, or they'll say Yahweh. I think the consensus is pretty clear. I guess Zion Lex can give some more insight on it. At least they all start with Yah. We know for sure that the Most High's name starts with Yah. So if some brothers call the Most High, as the psalmist did in Psalm 68 verse 4, Yah, then if the psalmist can do it, I don't see how it would be unacceptable for us to in turn do so. But there's too many times, you guys, where because of the minor differences, or even some might consider major differences that we have, that we're unable to have these good conversations and, at least hear the other perspective and learn. And so we want to make this an opportunity for the brother to share his perspective, see how he got there, and then we can build from there. I want to read a couple of scriptures, though. This is Deuteronomy 28 in verse 58. It says, "If you will not observe to do all the words of this law that are written in this book, that thou mayest fear this glorious and fearful name, the Lord your God," the Tetragrammaton, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. If you don't fear that name, then the Lord will make thy plagues wonderful, and the plagues of thy seed, even great plagues. So there is a reverence and a reverence. There is a fear and a respect that we need to have for the Heavenly Father's name. Now, somebody asked me not too long ago, so are you saying the Most High's name is Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh? No, those are the characters. It'd be like if someone's name, if I was saying, instead of saying Josh or Paul, I said Paul, based on, and maybe some people say Paul or Paul, or, you know what I mean? So that's what we're going to discuss. The Tetragrammaton is what it's also referred to as, the four letters, YHWH, as it's transliterated, of course, in English. So all praise to the Most High. We're also going to be discussing the Messiah, whom some refer to as Jesus, some call Yeshua, some call, Yahushua. And so we're going to discuss the Messiah and, the brother Zion Lex's journey from being non-Messianic to accepting the Messiah. And then we're also going to be discussing those people who put on the little hats and they say that they're Yid. We're going to be discussing them as well. So those are going to be the three main topics that we cover. If y'all have any questions for the brother Zion Lex, then y'all can definitely shoot y'all questions. I believe that he would like to be as
Yeah, here the format will be as such. We'll ask him. We'll be asking him questions that we have, and we'll be taking some questions from the chat. Then he'll do a presentation on all three of these things, a short presentation on all three of these topics. Then we'll open it up for you guys to come on here and talk with him and ask him some questions as well. So all praises to the Most High for that. I'm going to get this shared. I sent the brother the link to his text message. So I'm going to pull up a couple things as we get ready for him to join the stream.
Okay. Well, I know also too, you guys, because I asked the brother Zion Lex if if he could tell me live what the proper enunciation, or what he believes to be the proper enunciation of the Most High's name is. And so I'm sure some of you guys are going to be asking that same question because of his stance in regards to not saying the name openly, because it doesn't want people to take the name and then blaspheme it or mock it. Don't ask that question. I would like to know his perspective on it. I've yet to have that conversation with him, but I'm sure that's going to be a reoccurring theme. But just to kind of reiterate what I said earlier, there's a video this kind of leads to what I was going to ask you, Priest, about that video that I sent you about the Native Americans and their enunciation of the Tetragrammaton, and they pronounce the H with a little bit more of an O, as opposed to how we would say Yahweh, right? They'd say Yehovah, which, in a nutshell is very similar. And I don't think it's enough to, I don't like you because you say it with a little bit more of an OA than an AA. Imagine all hell breaks loose and there's a brother over there, and there's bombs, explosions behind you, buildings are on fire, the sky's falling, and all of a sudden you see a brother to your left or you see a brother to your right, and he says, "Hey, shalom, brother, get inside." And then you guys are having a conversation. He says, "Do you believe in," and then he says the name a little different than you, and you're going to say, "Oh, get the hell out of here." Come on. So somebody said, what about the name Yahweh being on the Moabite song? So that would be what the contention is whether or not Yod He Vav He is the correct pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton. So we got our brother Zion Lex on here. Peace, brother. Mic check.
Check. Check one.
Yep, we can hear you loud and clear. What's going on?
We're good.
All right, be sharing my screen in a couple of moments, gentlemen, but continue doing what you're doing. I know the show needs to start, but I'm just tidying up something real quick behind the scenes.
You're good. Yeah, I also want to make this disclaimer too. We are interested on building with our brother Dr. Divine Prospect and Zion Lex and a few other brothers who would be outside of the One West persuasion. And so this isn't, if you came to see us try to tear him down or tear us down, it's the wrong channel. You got to go to World Star Hip Hop for that. We're here building on commonalities and also things that One West may be interested in as far as his worldviews go with the Bible and linguistics and all of that. So this is what it's about here, family. Building with our brothers, bridging gaps, and creating this space to where we're not at each other's necks. You understand that? So yeah, we definitely are obliged to have our brother on here to pop this corn and put butter all over it. All praise to the Most High. All right, so the format is going to be, we'll ask some questions that we have pursuant to the language, the Messiah, the Jewish identity. Then the brother will present a presentation, and then we'll open it up for the callers. All praise to the Most High. What's going on with my dear beloved brother Zion, man? What's going on, King?
I'm good. Shabbat shalom to both of you brothers. I want to say shalom to the whole family, the whole community. I hope everybody's doing well. It's an honor to grace the stage with you brothers. I've been watching you, Priest Hakar Deacon, for the longest. I think since as early as 2017, 2016 is when I first, had awareness of you. And then the young brother, the young brother Hassad, one of the things that keeps a person sharp is to always have their eyes on who's that next person. And I think one of the gifts that I may have, if I have a gift, is I'm always able to spot talent. And so, you know, I grow each year exponentially because I'm willing to listen to my brothers. You having a difference of opinion with various topics from me doesn't stop me from seeing wisdom dwelling with you. I know that at times, some of us may be hard to convince, like myself. And so we may not catch on until later, and vice versa. It can work both ways. But I say that to say that if I attribute any gift to myself, I've grown exponentially over the years because I listen to everybody. And the young phenom is what I'm going to call him. The young brother Hassad is definitely somebody I enjoy listening to. I enjoy his debate skills, his debate tactics. You know, the debater in me said, damn, I want to smoke with him. I just want to create.
Yeah, we got to find something to disagree on, huh?
I want to find something to disagree with. I like him. But all jokes aside, man, big salute to both of you brothers. Big shout out to this platform. I applaud you brothers moving in the spirit of the Lord. When change is needed, you guys became the change that the community needed to see. You guys saw the environment that you were, you assessed it, and you realized, nah, this can't be it. And you made that step. And I got to tell you, I did that myself. In 2015-ish, going into 2016, I separated myself from the congregation that bred and raised me since the year 1994. It was a hard separation because I had a love for them. I had a lot of love for them. But when I was going through it with Ashar and Priest Daniela, who, by the way, we're cool as hell, we're friends today. But when I was going at it with them, my congregation allowed them to shoot a diss video in the congregation against me. I said, what's this? You let the op shoot a diss video? So, you know, I love and respect my brothers from Shema Israel. But as far as I stand, I could never, I don't want to say forgive, but I could never forget certain things. And one thing you never do, you never do, you'll never let the ops come through the home base and shoot a diss video against somebody you love and respect. So I relate with you guys for more reasons than one. And I'm looking forward to having a powerful show.
Listen, that was just like when Richard Sherman ate Thanksgiving turkey leg on the San Francisco 49ers 50-yard line that year. That was crazy, the ultimate disrespect. You know, all praises.
I could tell you, man, I'm the type of person, I lay my life for my brothers when I believe that the same is expected. And even if I believe that one of my brothers is unable to do the same because they don't have the heart or the physical strength, then I'll still be willing to lay down my life. But what I can't do is deal with people that have shown me disloyalty. There's certain things that we can forgive because we are sons of the Creator, but because we are intelligent human beings, we should never forget.
Well, you know what they say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
That's right.
And we definitely...
Can't get fooled again. But you can't get fooled again.
That's right.
Hey, at the end of the day, one day you got to turn around and realize there's a leg kicking you in your ass and move out the way, you know?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
All right, so we'll get this started. Hassad, you go ahead. Let's delve off into some of the questions about the language.
Yeah.
And we're this is, of course, contrasting Lashawan Qadash with biblical Hebrew. I know, let me ask this first question. Because the biblical Hebrew, and you can ask your tetragrammaton question after. The biblical Hebrew, when we say biblical Hebrew, are we talking about the dating in which the manuscripts are, or the time period? What do they call it? The Iron Age, the Mosaic time period, the Mosaic era.
I'm sorry. My apologies. I was off a little bit. Could you just rephrase that question? My apologies, please.
Yeah, when we talk about biblical Hebrew, are we saying biblical Hebrew as in the time period in which the language, you know, the ancient manuscripts were composed? Or are we saying biblical Hebrew as in the time period of Moses and, you know, Joshua and that era?
Good question. So biblical Hebrew is the period of Moses. It's also the period of when the manuscripts are being drafted, because biblical Hebrew essentially is a language first. Scripts change, right? We can use English to represent a number of scripts. In the era of the Amarna period in ancient Egypt, when you had pharaohs sitting on a throne like Amenhotep, not Amenhotep, Akhenaten, that's the Amarna period in Egypt. That's also the time of the time period where Joshua is conquering the land. So as Joshua is conquering the land, the Canaanites are writing a series of letters to the Egyptian king, asking for help, asking for artillery. Those are known as the Amarna letters. And the Amarna letters are written in cuneiform, but the language is Egyptian, it's Medu Neter. So it's not a new thing or innovation or phenomena that a script could represent several languages. So I say that to say, oftentimes we hear or have heard in our community that the paleo is a different vernacular. It sounds different. It looks different. Yeah, it looks aesthetically different from what we call the block characters or what's called in academia Kitav Ashurit. Yeah, that looks different. But the sound is exactly the same. It's the same sound. And we can compare and contrast through ancient inscriptions, ancient correspondence between nations. So there's a king, and I'm going to demonstrate this later. There's a king in Egypt by the name of Merneptah. He lies on a big stone slab or tablet and says that he marched into the land of Israel and he wiped out every single one of the children of Israel. He said he left no seed behind. He killed everybody. The year is 1205 BC. It's known as the Merneptah Stela. He records our name, Israel. And guess what he don't pronounce it as? Yasharallah. He literally writes in the Medu Neter, Yisrael. Now, I'm going to show you guys that. I'm a Medu Neter teacher. So I'm going to show you the Medu Neter glyphs and how in the ancient world, when a nation wanted to represent the names of other nations, foreign nations, they did not translate the names into their own tongues. They transliterated it. By doing so, that retained the essence of whatever that name was in terms of its pronunciation. So while the language of the Merneptah Stela is absolutely Medu Neter, when they translated names, it's always in the vernacular of the people they're speaking of. So our name is Israel. In the Merneptah Stela, we are literally called Yisrael. There's no Jewish man. There's no Yiddish. There's no Khazars. So we got to explain that intelligently.
So I definitely, hold on, I definitely have, because I want to make sure that what I'm retaining is, where is it at? So in Revelation 16, it talks about, because you said the names are transliterated. Where is that at in Revelation 16, Asad? About where it says in the different tongues, he has a different name?
I don't remember.
Apollyon. Where's that at? What verse is that?
It's called Apollyon. It's Revelation 9:11. But in the Greek tongue has his name Apollyon.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull my screen up real quick because that is that a law as far as when names go is transliterated? Because in Revelation 9:11, if you can see, it says, and they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue had his name Apollyon.
Facts. So even in the Greek Septuagint, the name that we pronounce as Yeshua is a transliteration, Isis, in the Greek Septuagint. It's a transliteration of Yeshua, not a transliteration of Yahusha, not a transliteration of Yehoshua, but literally a transliteration of Yeshua. So you find that very, very current. The name that you mentioned, Abaddon, that's literally a Hebrew word, and it's retained in that transliteration. So the beautiful thing about transliteration is that it captures the essence of the spoken word, the way in which the people originally spoke it. So again, using my example of the Merneptah Stela and even using the examples of the Amarna letters, it captures how language was spoken. So some of the Canaanite kings in the Amarna letters, they actually have biblical names. There's a guy that's identifying in there as being Abram. We know he's not Abraham, but he's calling himself Abram. In the Canaanite letters, there's a guy that calls himself Joshua. This is not the biblical Joshua, but it's a Canaanite named Joshua. And he literally pronounces it Yehosha. Yehosha. Not Yehoshua, but Yehosha. But listen to the Ye-ho, E-o. It's there. And that's Canaanite vernacular. Canaanite language is one and the same with Hebrew. So I'm saying that now to say this. It's very, very important that all of us realize that our elders that were before us were able to carry us, but so far. Where we fail is thinking that everything that they had is right. There's an idea in West Africa, a West African proverb that's called Sankofa. Sankofa is about drawing back to the past to extrapolate those things that are good, wise, and necessary, adding corrections to them if need be, and bringing the sum total of all that wisdom into the future present so that the culture can forward propel. But the idea is you look back, assess the information. What did the elders have that was good? What did the elders have that is problematic or wrong? Add those corrections so that their legacy is not tarnished, correct their work so their legacy is not tarnished, and then move into the future. What we do is people realize the elders are wrong and continue in the error, and in some cases, continue in the lie. Because certain things are a lie, and then there are things that are in error.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I definitely agree with that. So to move on to, before we move on to Hassan's question about the Tetragrammaton, is this right here in Revelation 9 and 11, is this an example of where a name is not being transliterated and is being translated, or what's going on exactly?
Yeah, it's a great example. It's a great example of a word not being translated per se, but being transliterated, where it's capturing the pronunciation. The letters P and B, they're linguistically interchangeable because they're considered labial letters. You got to use your lips to pronounce them. So in linguistics, you could substitute a P for a B. So saying Apollyon or Apadon is no different than saying Abaddon in terms of linguistics and language. Capturing something else in the New Testament. We all know that one of the most famous sayings of Yeshua, unfortunately, is his dying hour as he's on the cross, right? Eli, Eli, Shabachthani, right? My God, why hast thou forsaken me? Eli, Eli, ma Shabachthani. Now, most people know that when a person is in pain and they speak more than one language, they'll always express that pain in their first language. So for instance, I'll give everybody an example, not to be humorous, but this is straight facts. We're walking down the street with a couple of our brothers from Ephraim, right? And I know in the One West communities, we say the Northern Kingdom, the Northern tribes, Spanish brothers, Puerto Rican, Ephraim, right? So let's say you're walking down the street with a bunch of Puerto Rican brothers, or maybe it's also some Dominican brothers, and everybody's speaking English. But then boom, somebody, stump their toe or somebody gets hit. Immediately you'll hear that person call out in their native tongue and will express that pain. When we speak more than one language, raw emotion, raw passion always forces us to revert back to our original language. Where am I going with this? The New Testament Gospels in Greek, Aramaic, and Hebrew, all three agree, and the Greek leaves it untranslated. They keep it in the original Hebrew Aramaic. It says, Eli, Eli, lama Shabachthani. Well, maybe if you're not familiar with Psalms 22 in Hebrew, you may not have seen what just happened there. In Psalms 22, we know that's where this statement is first recorded. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? This is David. But David doesn't say Shabachthani. David says Azaftani. That's the Hebrew way of saying forsaken me. Yeshua speaks it in Aramaic, Shabachthani. What is that telling you? Yeshua clearly spoke Aramaic as everybody in that era. Was he able to speak Hebrew? Absolutely. But was Aramaic the lingua franca of the first century Common Era, meaning the spoken language for the majority of the people? Absolutely. So that means in the Greek Septuagint, in the Hebrew manuscripts, in the Aramaic manuscripts, they all leave the word Shabachthani, which is the Aramaic way of saying forsake me. Even when Yeshua says, call no man father, he doesn't say Av. Even the Greek Septuagint records Abba, which is how you say father in Aramaic. In the Israelite community, some people that know a little bit about Hebrew, we're greeting our fathers and we're saying Abba. And I don't have a problem with it because Aramaic is the last language we spoke as a people group. It's the last language that we spoke as a people group. So I don't mind that. But I always tell people that Hebrew way of saying father is Av. And the Hebrew way of saying mother is Aim. But when you're saying in Aramaic, it's Abba. And when you're saying mother in Aramaic, it's Ima. So to sum up what I'm saying now, Yeshua's words on the cross, along with several other sayings of his, are proof that the lingua franca of the first century Common Era is Aramaic. But more importantly, we know for a fact that he spoke Aramaic. And here's where things become really important. Yeshua is the Aramaic way to say Yehoshua, which is the Hebrew name. That's important. So that's why we stress that we say Yeshua. That's why and also I'll add this. If you're really knee deep in Hebrew grammar, you'll see why Aramaic is really the name of the Messiah as opposed to saying it the Hebrew way. The Hebrew way has the definition as Yah shall save. Yeshua is not saying Yah shall save. Yeshua is saying he shall save. Go back to Matthew. It says he was given this name because he shall save his people from their sins. It never said he was given this name because Yah shall save his people. I want everybody to pull up the book of Matthew. You could possibly even pull it up right now live, or I'll do it as well. It literally says in Matthew 1:21 that he was given this name because he shall save his people from their sins. Well, that definition alone automatically tells you it has to be Yeshua. And these are the things people miss because most of us aren't trained in the language.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Matthew 1:21, and he shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins, explaining what the name means.
Exactly.
Okay. So before I give it to you, Hassan, because the brother keeps saying stuff that has just got my mind jogging. I'll just say these two things. I'll be precise and concise. Two questions, brother Zion Lex, and then I know Hassan is eager as well. When we read the New Testament, it says John 5:2, he spoke in the Hebrew tongue. John 19:13, he spoke in the Hebrew. John 19:17 in the Hebrew, in the Hebrew, in the Hebrew, in the Hebrew. A lot of times it talks about him speaking in the Hebrew. And so just can you speak to that when it's saying when he's talking, he speaks in the Hebrew, although we do see the Aramaic on the cross. But I believe most of the examples we'll find when it says he spoke or they spoke, we'll see Hebrew. If you could speak to that. And then why do sources say Koine Greek was the lingua franca of the first century? Just those two things.
Okay, I'd be curious to see what sources say Koine Greek was the lingua franca of the first century, because I know it's a scholarly consensus, and I can provide citations, that Aramaic is the lingua franca, meaning the widely used and spoken language of the first century Common Era. I haven't come across any source that said that it was Koine Greek. Koine Greek was certainly used by those who were more educated, but not everybody in that area was as educated. And I'm not just focusing on the Israelites, I'm also speaking about the Gentile world. So the lingua franca was Aramaic because we have been speaking Aramaic since the Persian captivity. That's evidence in the book of Daniel, where from Daniel 2, verse 4, all the way to Daniel chapter 8, it's entirely in Aramaic. The book of Nehemiah has entire portions in Aramaic. The book of Ezra has entire portions in Aramaic, and we're in the Persian captivity. So beginning in the Persian captivity, our people are utilizing Aramaic. That comes all the way down to the era of Yeshua, where now it's impacted much of what is today called the Middle East. And the vast majority of that region is using Aramaic. And because Greeks need to speak to us, they're interchanging, speaking to us in both Aramaic as well as Greek. So the more educated among us who could afford to learn also Greek, they were able to speak both Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic. But for the most part, the majority of the peoples that are native to that region that are non-Gentile, non-Greek, they spoke Aramaic.
Okay. So that's
yes.
So that's what you mean when you say that Aramaic was the lingua franca. That's the primary language that our people were using in the first.
Yes. So to speak to your question now about the occurrences where it says in the New Testament that he spoke this in the Hebrew, I think that that's a perfect representation that he spoke Aramaic. And let me explain why. If everything that Yeshua spoke is in Hebrew, then why would they need to say at various junctions, he spoke this in the Hebrew? He spoke this in the Hebrew. You would only need to say that if he is reverting from something he is speaking that is not Hebrew. I'll explain it even deeper. If I'm speaking entirely in Spanish, but then I speak Hebrew, and a writer is recording this, then at various junctions when I shift, the writer will note, and he said that in Hebrew, and he said that in Hebrew. The mere fact that the New Testament records not every word spoken by him is Hebrew, but at various junctions he spoke Hebrew, the New Testament is already inferring that he spoke Aramaic primarily.
That's a good point. All right, Hassan, I'll hand it over to you for the next question.
There was a few that I wanted to ask, but I kind of want to go to the because you mentioned being in the prior organization you were with since 1994. So just to kind of like backgrounds on you, Brother Zion, when did you, I guess, you find out you were an Israelite? And then the second part of that, and there's some more, but these two parts would be, when did you find out you were an Israelite? And then when did you become proficient in biblical Hebrew?
Good question. So I awakened to these truths in February 1994. I remember that exact date and time because I had got locked up that same week. I was in February of 1994. 14 and a half. I'm about to turn 15 later on that year. I know some of y'all are laughing, damn Zion's old. But yeah, so in February of 1994, I'm still 14 years old. I'm born in 1979. And so I have three close friends of mine that came up in the streets of East Flatbush, Brooklyn. Their names are Kemuel Ben Yehuda, Benahu Ben Yehuda, and Akiva Ben Yehuda, all sons of a great man in my community known as Crown Prince Zeri Shaddai Ben Yehuda, who comes from a very old Israelite congregation, which is also very respected by the eldership at One West. And that congregation is called Bnei Zakin. Bnei Zakin was known as the gangster camp because the leader of Bnei Zakin is Nasi Yaakov, and he came out of Chicago. And he was the mentor of Jeff Fort, who was the head of what's called the El Rukins. For those who are familiar with, Chicago gangland and Chicago gang culture. Yeah. So my elders came out of that roughneck Israelite culture, but their teachers, interestingly, is actually from the Rabbi Matthews community. So that's going back to 1999. So by the year 1995, I'm taking Hebrew classes at the congregation that I would be known as being produced or coming from, which is Shema Israel. In 1994, I was a part of Beth Ab Shalom, which, if anybody that knows Brooklyn, that's the 90s, right? That's the 90s Brooklyn. We're talking about Clarkson, Lenox Road. For those who know Brooklyn, that's the 90s. That's Buckshot Shorty. For those who know Brooklyn are rappers, that's Boot Camp Click. We're talking about the 90s era. So in that area, I'm in a congregation called Beth Ab Shalom. I stayed there for almost a full year. In the summer of 1995, Shema Israel opens, headed by, you might remember him, Nasi Yashavel.
The one with those allegations? The one with those allegations? Okay.
Yeah. Nasi Yashavel is the dude that went up against Seti. First, right? Before Kemet on trial. Mm-hmm. And Nasi Yashavel and myself were born the same year, 1979. He's born in July. I'm born in November. But we were very, very close coming up. We know each other since we're both 14 and 15. His father was the head of Shema Israel and is still the head of Shema Israel. And we were all young teachers, a part of an organization within our camp called SOG, which is an acronym that stood for Sons of God. So SOG was formed in late 95, early 96. We wrote newspapers. Our newspapers traveled to Rikers Island, etc. But it's in 95 that I'm learning Hebrew, a part of the Hebrew class of Chief of Chiefs, Chief Naphtali. That's the elder that people see on video saying, nah, Pop, that's the hook. That chart ain't right. All the people that sharing that video of an old Israelite elder saying that the chart was made up and Abba Bibbins knows it, that's my teacher. That's Chief of Chiefs, Chief Naphtali. He's also from Bnei Zakin. So I'm in his Hebrew class in 1995.
It broke up. Is it
That's him. That's him.
Okay. We'll wait for the brother to get back on.
letting them know that he had taught me Hebrew. He was one of my first Hebrew teachers.
You cut out for like probably 15 seconds.
Okay.
When you said that's my teacher, then you cut out after that.
All right. So yeah, so that elder that everybody's been sharing the video where it says, the one West 12 tribes chart exposed, elder exposes chart, that's actually my teacher. We call him in my community Chief of Chiefs, Chief Naphtali. He's also from the old congregation Bnei Zakin. He's been around since the early 70s and the late 60s as a practicing Israelite. He's been around a long time. He passed about 5 years ago, 2020, right when COVID hit, he passed. He's a lung cancer survivor like 3 times over, but he finally succumbed to lung cancer 5 years ago. I would call him Abba, father. He would call me son. So I entered his Hebrew class in the year 1995, about September or October of 1995. Where I become seasoned in biblical Hebrew is in 1997, 1998, where I'm teaching biblical Hebrew in the community.
Gotcha. Okay. Do you remember the first time you came across Lashawan Qadash, and what was your immediate reaction?
First time I came Lashawan Qadash is on flyers that One West Israelites was passing out on the 2 train. I'm a Brooklynite, and oftentimes because of my location at that time, 95, 96, 94, the train that was the closest to me is the number 2 train, and I would take that train to go to Harlem from Brooklyn. Anybody that knows New York City, from various parts of Brooklyn, you hop on that number 2 train and you're right in Harlem with ease. And I would always bump into, he gonna like this, Elder Zabak. So me and Zabak, we know each other since 1995.
Shout out Priest Zabak.
Shout out Priest Zabak. I would see him on the train, but now mind y'all, the look of Zion Lex is completely different. I got on fatigues. I got dreads, literally dreadlocks, long locks. My father's a Rastafarian, so me, my brother, and my sister, we had locks as kids. So coming in the community, I came in with locks. I later on cut my locks, but I had it for a very long time. But that's how he remembers me. That's how he knows me, Zabak, the Old Testament brother with the dreads that be quoting scriptures. We used to go at it head and head, so much so that some of his followers, they wanted to fight. And I was young. When you were young lion, you want to fight too.
Right.
But Zabak, being an elder statesman, would always make sure it never fully went there, and would always pull me to the side and say, young brother, we might disagree on a Messiah, and he might be a prophet, if this is true in some sense. But I remember distinctly, in 1995, he pulled me to the side after about 3 hours of battling on 42nd Street. Mind y'all, Tupac's still alive. It's 1995. Pac ain't murdered until 96. So just imagine the time right now, right? This is 1995. He pulls me to the side and he says, we might disagree on who the Messiah is, young blood, but you gonna be a bad Israelite. I promise you. You just gotta keep going, keep going. He said, trust me when I tell you. I feel it in your spirit. I can hear it in you. You're gonna be bad. All the brothers that was with me was hating. They was like, man, don't let that get to your head. You ain't gonna be nothing. Now, mind you, all the brothers that said that, none of them are in this way of life. None of them. And they're not the people that brought me into this way of life. The people that brought me into this way of life, Kemuel, Akiva, Benahu, they all still in this way of life. But on that particular day, I was with another group of brothers, and none of them are in this way of life. So it just shows you sometimes where irony and history meet each other.
Okay, I think this is a very important question, because a lot of people that are watching this, even myself, I'm not proficient in Hebrew, certainly not even close to the extent that I should be. And a lot of the information that you present, it does go over some people's heads. And I want to say to the audience, not like y'all are not intelligent, but this is a lot of deep information to where you have to be really seasoned in this particular field.
Just to let you know, Zion Lex, disclaimer, my audience, we all went to public school. So you got to like... we all went to public school, so you got.
Let me tell y'all, man. It's funny. When I get up the live stream, my son that's 17 years old, I'm only 5'11". My son is 17 years old, but he's like 6'1", 6'2". And he has really good grades, but he's still a hood dude. He's still a street dude. We live in New York, so you gotta carry a certain cloth to even exist out here. When I get off my live streams, he looks at me and was like, "Yo, you're diabolical, bro." No, like, what you talking about? He was like, you sound so perfect online, but when you come off, bro, you don't sound nothing like that. So I say that to say that, you know, we all have dimensions to our personality. And the way I'm received in the community, people look at me as the scholarly guy, the guy that uses great vernacular, you know, high vocabulary, but I didn't make it past the 9th grade. I don't know what it is to be handed a 10th grade report card. I took a GED, which brought me to college in 1997. Yeah, I did that. But I don't know what it is to say, Mom, I'm in the 10th grade. And why was that? Because I was on Rikers Island so much back and forth. I hope everybody knows Rikers Island is like the #1 jail in the whole country. There's many prisons, but Rikers Island is the #1 jail in the country, right? We used to call that Gladiator Town. C4, Adolescents at War. For those who remember, all your favorite rappers from the New York area all had to thug it out and had to come through those halls in order to be accepted in the rap world. You couldn't even be accepted unless somebody knew that you was on Rikers Island. So I say that to say in 1994 and 1995, I was on the island so much that I couldn't finish school. So I don't know what it is to go to the 10th grade. So I say that to say, guys, if y'all seen my rap sheet, if y'all spoke with my parents, my older brother, who, by the way, is on Rikers Island right now. Shout out to my older brother.
Free to God, man.
Free to God. If y'all knew my cloth and where I came from, you would say, damn, Zion, I respect you even more because, like all of you, in order for us to be here right now, we defied so many odds, good brothers. I just have this ability to turn a switch on and show a different side. But believe you me, I'm no different from anybody that's here.
A man of many hats. Okay, so go ahead, Azad. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask this question. What are 3 of the simplest ways you could explain to somebody that doesn't know much about biblical Hebrew that would prove the stance of Hebrew that you take is correct and the stance of Lashawan Qadash is incorrect?
It's a good question.
Simple.
It's a good question. So it begins with pulling up the text. We could pull it up in Paleo Hebrew to begin because that's where that person's vantage point would be. If that person says that they believe that Lashawan Qadash is more accurate, I would pull up a Paleo Hebrew text of Genesis chapter 1. Or I'd say to them, just so that they don't assume that anything is rehearsed on my part. And I even say that to you guys today if you would like to try it out. You guys pick a chapter and a verse in Paleo Hebrew and let's together parse it. Tell me exactly what it's saying. I want to know the past tense, the future tense. I want to know the voice. I want to know if she's doing something, he's doing something. I want to know if it's first person, second person, third person. I want you to be able to fully parse the text with the Paleo, and that will tell me you know the language. If you can't even do that, then we shouldn't even be having a conversation about pronunciation because you don't even know grammar, and grammar is going to dictate what the pronunciation is.
Okay. Is there any verses that come to mind that if read in Paleo Hebrew are going to be, I guess, incoherent versus biblical Hebrew would be more sufficient?
Are there any verses that come to mind when I think of the differences?
Like if you would be like, okay, you speak Lashon Qadash, read this in Paleo Hebrew, this verse right here, or sentence.
So I don't think it's a matter of reading it, okay, to be brutally honest, right? Because, and I'll explain why. If a person learns a set of rules for how consonants are to be sounded, anybody could read. So within the first month or two in my Hebrew class, everybody's reading. Are you able to understand what you're reading means that you know the rules of grammar.
Right.
So a baby, I can teach, that the first grade can begin to read small books and essentially get through certain pages. But how well a person understands what's going on is a matter of how well we're grasping the grammar, the rules of the language. So for instance, in Lashawan Qadash, the language is syllabic. Ah, ba, ga, da, right, etc. And so a person following that template, and you look at, anywhere in the Bible that's written in Paleo Hebrew, you'll be able to pronounce that, and you'll sound like you're speaking what they call Lashawan Qadash. And everybody says, see, he knows the language. So somebody like me walks in the room and takes away all the English and says, okay, now interpret.
Right.
Tell us what it's saying. Break down the intricate rules of grammar. What is a nominal suffix? What is a pronominal suffix? What is propensatory vowel lengthening? You know, when I was sitting down with Brother Shah Ariala, I was on 1. I could have went to 10 with him, but I realized that he was so deficient, so poor in the language. Rather than embarrass my own brother, I'll hold back.
Gotcha.
Is there anybody that you think would be a good match for you in the ring with the LQ versus you?
With the who?
Lashon Qadash.
Yeah, we call it the LQ.
They say never say something is impossible, but I'm going to say impossible. If you don't mind, brothers, and I never do this during a live, but I really got to go. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, 2 minutes. My apologies, brother. I'll be right back.
You're good. All praises.
So what I want in the chat to do at this point is we y'all best questions, and then of course you got to get to some that I know other people asked as well.
We got to talk. We got a couple more questions about the language that some brothers sent, and then we got to move on to how he accepted the Messiah. Remember, y'all, he did not believe in the Messiah at one point. Then I really want to see his views on the Jewish community, and then we're gonna get to he's gonna do a presentation, and then we're gonna get to the crowd. Yeah. Look at Rafaala. That's how you write it, not how you look at this Assad.
Yeah.
He clearly doesn't know.
No, he does because I talked to him about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yod-He Vav-He is not are the characters. It'd be like if someone's name was Paul. It'd be all praise to P-A-U-L. His name isn't P-A-U-L. That's how his name is spelled.
He said, "Find ravenous bird." I know ravenous bird calls on Yao, and we know how to debunk that now, thanks to Dr. Divine Prospect. Yeah. Yao is a Greek transliteration of the divine name. You're gonna get destroyed trying that. Let's see. Shout out to the chat. Tell one of them Lashawan guys to come up. Well, yeah, we need somebody. We need a couple people who believe in the LQ. And again, we're not. It's not like we're dropping the LQ. Yeah. We're on a quest to prove. Can we prove it emphatically? What supports it? Any evidence, data, any scholars to back it? Any challenges? See, here's how you know something's true. When you get in a ring and you whoop somebody's ass about it. That's how you know, well, they might say, they might say it's hard. You guys were whooping everybody. You guys were whooping everybody's ass with Israelite salvation. Now you're whooping everybody's ass with Gentile salvation.
Well, it's just as simple as just asking questions, everybody. There should be no problems. And this is where this in itself is a problem. This right here. Being mad at somebody, I'm not saying you guys are, but for people that are upset at asking, we're just asking questions. Okay, well, how do you come to this conclusion? Okay, well, how did that come to that conclusion? Because if I'm going to be transparent and be honest, I'm just going to keep it a buck. I accepted Lashawan Qadash simply because this is what I was told. I am not able to go into like the phrase that he was using earlier. What is this? What is that? I don't know. This is what I was told. Okay, this is what ancient Hebrew, this is what Moses spoke. This is what Christ spoke. I'm not able to prove that. I don't know. So for somebody that teaches Hebrew, I would like to ask some of these questions. It's as simple as that. And ask yourself if you're able to prove these things. Are you able to go and prove and parse these vowels and go into Hebrew syntax, etc., and explain and prove that this is the proper enunciation of these words? You might be able to. I am not. And because I'm not, I'm just going to ask some questions, and I'll cross-reference it with this and that, and then hopefully I'll be able to come to a conclusion based off of that. But we're not, somebody asked, are we dropping the names of the most? No, we're not doing that. We're just asking questions. That's all this is, family. Let's not make this something other than, what it is.
Now, would we debate? Listen, I will debate any topic in the world except for is the Lashawan Qadash the proper pronunciation. I'll debate any scholar, any PhD, THD, master's degree.
Right. I'll be honest with you. Like, if you guys think oh wow, Saad's a good debater. I'm going to be 100% honest. You guys can clip this. If I was to say to anybody that spoke, proficient Hebrew or knew what they were talking about when it comes to the language, like Zion or somebody else, if I was to say, I'm going to debate you and prove that Lashawan Qadash is correct, we would step in the ring, Zion Lex or Divine or somebody else would say, Hassad, what rhymes with blink? I'd say, what? And he'd go, Mink, and the fight would be over. I'd get knocked because I don't know. I just don't. And so because I don't know, I want to know. Don't we all want to keep learning, or do you want to just stay stagnant? Do you want to believe what you believe because other people told you and that's just, I just believe what they told me? Or do you want to know it to be true and be able to illustrate it and prove what you believe to be true? So,
okay, so it's been 50 minutes, so let's try to get these questions out so he can go into his Prezi. Hassad, go ahead.
This will be one last question. I want to keep it, like you said, we got to move to the next topic. What is the most problematic word in Lashawan Qadash that presents the most problems, that you could be able to just show it to somebody and at least get the wheels turning?
What's the most?
Or maybe not the most, but one that comes to mind.
That's so hard to answer because essentially it's all of them. To be honest, I'm not trying to be
I got you.
humorous, but essentially it's really all of them, because Lashawan Qadash treats vowel letters like they're consonants only. There are letters in the Hebrew language that function as vowels and consonants. When a letter functions, when a letter is functioning as a vowel, but you're interpreting it like it's functioning as a consonant, you're now changing the meaning. You're grossly changing the meaning. So that's problematic about the language, essentially, in treating its consonants like every consonant only behaves as a consonant, then that's problematic. When you say shalawam is deeply problematic because you're making the root shin, lamed, wa, mem. That's not the root. The root is trilateral, which is shin, lamed, mem. The wav is only there for pronunciation. Oh, even if you said ooh, which is incorrect, I wouldn't be too upset at that. But saying wa, shalawam, whoa, now you're really changing the pronunciation because there is no Hebrew root, shin, lamed, wav, mem, or if I'm pronouncing it as Lashawan Qadash, sha, la, wa, ma. There is no full root like that. Until somebody could show me which dictionary on planet Earth has that root.
At least ISUPK had that right. They said, said it's not shalom, it's shalom. Would you be able to go into just, because one that you said that came to mind was Molech or Malak.
Yes.
And explain how problematic the pronunciation of just saying it's just Malak.
Yeah,
how problematic that is.
So what's deeply problematic about Lashawan Qadash in that respect is that you have a word that's spelled, and I'm going to pronounce first using Lashawan Qadash, ma, la, ka, which is the mem, the lamed, and the kaf. Those three consonants can give you a number of words. They can also give you a number of ideas. They can give you a personal pronoun, which is someone's name. They can give you a noun, a person, place, or thing. There's a number of things that we can build and construct with those three letters. Melech is a king. Malak is an angel. So which is it? Based on Lashawan Qadash, it's the same pronunciation. Are we talking about an angel or are we talking about a king? But here is what Israelites are going to say. Well, idiot. Context is going to tell us what it means, right? The king didn't come down from heaven and speak to the man. The angel came down from heaven. See, that's clear, Rock. But here's the thing. The Hebrew language is such a precise language, is such a uniquely powerful language in this respect that the language perfectly tells you what it is. English depends on context because the English language is a bastardized language. And by bastard, I mean it in the definition of a bastard, having no father, right? Old dirty bastard called himself old dirty bastard, he said, because there's no father to my style. English is considered to have no father, no real root, because it's a conglomeration of so many Germanic languages, including the Latin language, which is Germanic as well. So as a result, when you're interpreting in English, you rely on context because the language doesn't give you a clear, crystal cut clear of understanding. Hebrew is remarkably different. If you understand the language perfectly, then you can understand perfectly what's being said to a huge extent. But I will still admit, and here's where I'm being brutally honest, there are people that really think, and I'm speaking to the Old Testament community right now. You see, though, the New Testament brothers don't know Hebrew. If they knew Hebrew, they would know that Christ ain't the Messiah. The Hebrew makes it clear. Okay, genius. Go to the 1st century Common Era. What were the people speaking that accepted Yeshua? Hebrew, Aramaic, and even some Greek. Here's what I could tell you. Those Israelites in the 1st century Common Era that spoke Hebrew and Aramaic, they spoke and read it better than any one of us that are alive. Believe that. And they still accepted him. They knew the language better than Dr. Michael Brown. They knew the language better than Rabbi Tovia, whatever his name is. Y'all know the weirdo on YouTube that be coming at people, right? The people who spoke Hebrew that accepted Yeshua, they knew it better than all of us. And they still accepted Yeshua. So what are we going to say? They didn't know Hebrew? That's silly. So I say that Hebrew is a large determining factor towards understanding the text, but it's not the only factor. The text has an esoteric as well as an exoteric side. There's a deeper side to the text. Can I give you guys just one example before you ask me your second question of what I mean?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sometimes when I say certain things, Hassad, as you noted, it's either internalized by some as, damn, that went over my head, or some as, this Nigga thinky too deep. And we ain't with all that stuff. That's you being Jewish right now. Zion be dealing with Gematria. That's basically numerology. So Zion's a whole Kabbalist out here. He trying to lead our people into witchcraft. I'm aware of what people say. Believe you me, and I enjoy it. Keep talking. Well, let me say this. In the book of Jeremiah, Jeremiah speaks of us going into a place called Shishak. He speaks about the downfall of Shishak. Y'all gonna really enjoy this. Gematria, as a system within Hebraic thought, essentially is saying that every single letter has a numerical equivalent. Aleph is 1, Beit is 2, Gimel is 3. But don't take my word for it. Open a Paleo Hebrew Bible. Look at the verses. They're not marking it verse 1. They're marking it verse Aleph, verse Beit, verse Gimel. Or if you're using Lashawan Qadash, Ah, Ba, Ga. Ga would be 3. So everybody knows that the letters function as numbers too, unless you're just completely ignorant to the language. Everyone knows that. But here is what most people don't know. Words that have the same sum total in meaning, when you combine them, they're said to have a conceptual relationship. So what's my first example of that? The name of the creator, Yod, He, Wav, He. Well, Yod is 10. He is 5. Wav is 6. He is 5. 10, 5, 6, 5. 26. Why is that so special? Well, the creator's name was not revealed to the nation until the 26th generation from Adam. But don't take my word for it. Look at the table of names in Genesis chapter 5. Adam, Shet, Enosh, Canaan, Mahalalel, Yared, Hanok, Methuselah, Lamech, Noach, Shem, Apakshad, Shilach, Eber, Peleg, Reu, Serug, Nachor, Tirach, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Lewi, Kohat, Amram, Moses. All from heart. In the early 90s, we had to know the genealogy by heart to wear a turban because our teachers told us, you're not going outside representing us if you don't understand this book. So there's certain things we had to know by heart. There's a series of tests that we had to pass in order to get to certain places. We're missing that element in the Israelite community today. We have to be able to shore for what we know. Too many people are on the corners representing the flag of Israel without the knowledge of Israel. On that note, there's a subset of Gematria, which is called the Atbash Gematria system. Atbash is where the letter Aleph is interchanged with Tav, and the letter Beit is interchanged with Shin, which essentially means the first letter is equivalent to the last letter. The second to last letter is equivalent to the second to last letter. That's called the Atbash system. By the way, everybody could look that up right now as I'm speaking live. I like that kind of way of learning. Let's fact check me live. The Atbash Gematria system. I'm going to prove to you that our prophets understood Gematria. Jeremiah says, Shishak has fallen. Israel has gone into exile into Shishak. Well, in case anybody never knew this, there is no place name called Shishak. There's no people called Shishak. There's no location called Shishak. All of the Bible commentators are saying, well, he's obviously referring to Babylon, but it's a poetic epithet. No, it's not. It's not a poetic epithet. It's the Atbash system of Gematria, where the first letter is seen as the last letter and the second to last letter is seen as the second last letter. Let me show you. The word Shishak is Shin, Kaf. Following the Atbash system, that the first letter is the last letter and the second to last letter is the second to last letter, that would mean that equivalent to Shin is Beit, and there are two of them. So two Shins of Shishak is two Beit, so that's Bab. And then there's a Kaf. That's equivalent to the Hebrew Lamed. What do we just spell? Bavel. Why does Jeremiah encode the word Babylon in that way? Because he's writing while being surrounded by the Babylonians. And it wouldn't be intelligent, it wouldn't be smart, it wouldn't be wise to be prophesying the downfall of Babylon while under Babylonian power and imperial rule. Jeremiah understood that, so he spoke in code. All of the people knew that. But we today say, there's no Gematria. There's brothers that I love and respect in the Israelite community so much that I'm not going to say their name. And they say, oh, Gematria is post-exilic. What you mean? Oh, after we went into exile, long after Rome and all that. Really? So why is Jeremiah using it when he said Shishak and he was talking about Babylon? I'll drop the mic there.
No, that's interesting. I've never looked into that. I've always been, I rejected Gematria, and I still obviously not gonna just accept it. That was dope, but I still definitely gotta look into that for sure. But I definitely appreciate it. Did you want to ask something on Isaiah?
Oh yeah. Let me share my screen. Is the biblical Hebrew that you speak of the same as the language of Canaan? And if not, or if so, how do you understand Isaiah 19 and 18? Is this something that happened? Is this an eschatological passage? Can we weigh in on that?
All right, so biblical Hebrew is absolutely the same as the language of Canaan. It's the same thing. Now, one thing we have to bear witness to is dialect. We can speak the same language, but we can have different dialect. So for instance, we're all speaking English right now. My family, in part, is from a place called Guyana, South America, which is part of the West Indies, the Caribbean. My family, in part, is also from Jamaica. I don't think I need to explain where Jamaica is. Both places in the Caribbean, they both speak patois. That is a dialect of English. To people who don't speak English, I always hear my friends when I was younger, when they would come over my house, they would be like, yo, what language your parents speaking? I'm like, yo, my parents is Caribbean. oh, my bad. They don't even sound like they say in English. Yeah, because I'm first generation, like both of them were born overseas, so that's why they sound like that. So what am I saying then? The Canaanites have their own unique dialect. The Hebrews have their own unique dialect, but we're all speaking Hebrew. This is why when scholars contrast the difference between Phoenician and Hebrew, they speak of Phoenician Hebrew, then they just speak of the Israelite Hebrew. When you're speaking Aramaic, scholars make a distinction between what's called Eastern Aramaic, which is the Aramaic spoken in southern Iraq, Persia, versus Western Aramaic, which is the Aramaic spoken in the land of Israel. And that's a matter of dialect. So I think it's important that we first know that in any language group, you're still going to have dialect or dialectical differences. Those dialectical differences don't mean that we're not speaking the same language, but we may have our own way of saying these things, if that makes sense.
Got you. Okay. I have a source here that a brother sent me. I asked a few brothers to give me some questions I can ask you. And this is from Zondervan Basic of Biblical Hebrew. And it says on page, I don't know what page this is, but it's Advanced Information, Alternative Vowel Classification. I can upload this to the screen as well, but I'll read it and then I'll upload it. It says, originally, there were only 3 vowel classes in Hebrew: A class, I class, and U class. The other vowel classes, E and O class, developed from the original U class. For this reason, most grammarians prefer to divide Hebrew vowels into 3, A, I, and U, rather than 5, A, E, I, O, U classes. Not sure how I was supposed to phrase this question, but
what's your response to that, basically?
Yeah, what's your response to that? Oh, you cut out, your camera cut out.
That proved Lashawan Qadash. See y'all?
There we go. You're
Yes,
back.
sir.
You're back.
All right.
Did you hear the
Yes,
question?
I heard that. I heard it perfectly.
Okay.
So that's rather easy, to be brutally honest. So when scholars speak of, and it's important to know where exactly the study is making this from, because different studies about how Hebrew evolved are doing this from different vantage points. Some vantage points are looking at the earliest Israelite inscriptions. Some vantage points are looking at the earliest Canaanite inscriptions. So when looking at the earliest Canaanite inscriptions, scholars agree that they were using A, I, and E. Canaanites later developed O and U. Hebrews were already using it. Hebrews were already using it because it was already spoken in regions that Hebrews came from, such as Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia includes all of those vowel classes, A, E, I, O, and U. The Akkadians spoke it. The Assyrians spoke it. The Sumerians spoke it. So those classes exist in the region that Abraham is from. But the Canaanites, and I will agree on that point, although I'm not sure where that person is developing that particular study from, but because I'm aware of what scholars are saying about how Phoenician Canaanite vowels developed, I'm aware that the Canaanite vowel system is said to have originally been A, I, and E, but it slowly evolved into O and U. I believe that evolution, and that's consistent with what scholars are saying, is because of Israelite migration into that region with the children of Israel via Abraham, Isaac, and Egypt. Because the period that they say that you see the O and the U come in is congruent with the period of Abraham coming. Abraham is 2000 BC. So when we talk about Canaanite vernacular, Canaanites have inscriptions that predate the Iron Age. The Iron Age is 1400 BC. But some of the oldest Canaanite inscriptions that are non-religious, but are dealing with, like, let's say, sales and commodity, they're dating all the way back to the Middle Bronze Age period. And in that period, you can see A, you can see I, and you can see E. But the moment we come to the Late Bronze period, 2000, you're now seeing the O and the U. Well, what's also happening? Abraham came into the land. What's also happening? His progeny is multiplying. So as a result of that influx, I believe that you can see that this is where the Canaanite developed the O and the U through us coming in the land.
So it's really, so basically, and just to kind of summarize what you're saying, the Lashawan Qadash is closer to Lashawan Canaan. It's closer to what the Canaanites spoke.
Absolutely not.
No?
Nope.
Because then that would mean it's this.
I'll explain. The reason why I can't say that is because when the Canaanites spoke A, I, and E, that E sound can produce tense. That E sound can produce voice. That E sound can produce aspect. That E sound can take us to various points of Hebrew grammar where we can understand how to conjugate verbs. Lashawan Qadash absolutely doesn't do that. Lashawan Qadash says there are two sounds, two vowel classes, the A class and the E class. The E class is the I, right? They're saying I, right? And that's one letter. That's the Hebrew letter ayin. There's no example of that. And I think that that's the point that a lot of us miss in the Israelite community. When something is true, it's not simply true because of what we believe. It's true because it's something demonstrated in history. Now, don't get me wrong. As a believer, as a faith-based person, I understand the relevance and importance of having faith and belief. But when we're having a conversation about history, you got to check belief to the side for a second, and you have to talk about evidence. So here's where the cookie crumbles. There's not a single attestation to the existence of the pronunciations of Lashawan Qadash before 1 West 1969, which really means the greatest irony in the Israelite community then, what we're calling ancient is really modern. By modern, 1969, 1 West. And what we're calling modern is really not modern, it's ancient. That's the greatest irony happening right here. The fact that we think the quote unquote modern, the way of saying things, shalom, that's modern, and shalom, that's ancient. Okay, now let's look at the historical record. Assuming you're right, anyone saying that is right, let's look at the historical record. What historical inscription shows us those sounds? How do we know, Zion? Well, other nations wrote about us, and they captured our pronunciations. And none of those pronunciations are ah and I only. It's ah, I, E, O, and U, as I'm going to demonstrate in my presentation.
Oh, praises. Okay, look, these 3 last questions because I'm interested in this presentation. So, do you agree the Paleo Hebrew is derived from a pictograph language? If so, how does your belief of there being characters present solely for the purpose of vocalization affect the definition of a word when every character has a meaning?
All right. So here's where things get really interesting. I like to do this on the first day of class when people take my Hebrew class at Learn Torah Hebrew Academy. The first thing I teach is not how to pronounce Hebrew, not how to recognize the letters, not how to recognize the vowels. I teach the origin and evolution of the alphabet. So I'm waiting on it. Somebody's viewpoint is going to change tonight. The oldest inscription of Proto-Canaanite, otherwise known as Proto-Sinaitic. Those 2 terms are the academic terms for what we call pictographic Hebrew. The oldest inscriptions for that is the turquoise mines in Egypt, in the Sinai Peninsula. This work is championed by Douglas Petrovich. These rock carvings, where they can see that a slave class that are Semitic in origin are using Egyptian characters to write a Semitic language. These Egyptian characters, these Egyptian characters are being used to write a Semitic language, which they later realize is Hebrew. But here's the point. Pictographic Hebrew is developed from Middle Egyptian hieroglyphs. I'm a teacher of hieroglyphs. I know that's true. I can demonstrate today that that's true. I can literally show you the timeline, the chart with the dates and with the symbols of how hieroglyphs looked in 1850 BC to how it looks in the 1800s when it's developed by that Semitic class. So here's the kicker. Proto-Sinaitic, also known as Proto-Canaanite, and known to the layman as pictographic Hebrew, that is a direct derivative of Egyptian hieroglyphs. Hold that to the side. Paleo Hebrew derives from that. So that Semitic slave class that came out of Egypt and entered Canaan land, they developed in that region another form of writing, which is unique to them and them alone, because hieroglyphs isn't their orthography. It's not their writing system. So they want their own writing system. That's why they developed Paleo Hebrew. But Paleo Hebrew characters are developed based on the look and appearance of Proto-Sinaitic or Proto-Canaanite or pictographic Hebrew, which itself is derived from Egyptian hieroglyphs. So what's so problematic about that, Brother Zion? Well, I was told that this is the set apart language. It's the holy tongue. What's holy about it being taken from Egyptians? Should Brother Jabari come in here and laugh at us and say, see, we don't need Zion to tell you. We can show you in history that the Hebrew alphabet's derived from us. It's just a fact. And he's right. But he's missing something. And our community is missing that same thing. There's another script of ours that develops independently. And it's not Paleo-Hebrew, and it's not pictographic Hebrew. Both pictographic Hebrew and Paleo-Hebrew are both derived from Egyptian hieroglyphs. We are told in the book of Jubilees that the language the Creator spoke the universe into existence is Hebrew. I don't know where communities are at in terms of what books we accept or what we don't, but I heard that a lot of the One West communities do accept books like Jubilees. I'm not sure where everybody's at today. I know for a fact the oral tradition speaks about the original language of creation being Hebrew and it having its own unique characters before creation. So that means our own tradition tells us that not only is Hebrew the first language, but it's also the first writing system. So if the Hebrew is the first writing system, that means it can't develop from hieroglyphs, because hieroglyphs is absolutely not the world's first writing system. Matter of fact, hieroglyphs are proof that it's not the world's first writing system, because what do hieroglyphs shows us? Things you can see and observe in nature. Just like pictographic Hebrew, the head of an ox, the hand of a man, the body of a man. This might be going over the head of some, but if you give me a couple seconds, you might understand what I'm saying. Whatever language script that Hebrew originally has to be associated with must be abstract. It cannot reflect anything in creation. Why? Because it pre-exists creation. If it pre-exists creation, that means the shape itself cannot reflect anything in creation. When Egyptians developed hieroglyphs, it's based on the things that they observed in nature. There goes a lion. We know the lion to make the R sound. So that becomes the R sound in Egypt. They're using things observable, seeable in nature in order to develop their writing system. We didn't develop Hebrew. The Creator did. Our tradition informs us. The book of Jubilees informs us. So we know that to be true. So here's where things become interesting. Any language system in terms of writing that is seeable and observable in nature, a man made that. Because we are told again that the language that the Creator used to speak the world into existence was Hebrew. If that is true, and we know that is true, then that means whatever script that is, when you see and observe it, it cannot reflect anything that exists in nature because it absolutely pre-exists nature, creation, etc.
So the Egyptians, just to make sure I understand, the Most High, he spoke in Hebrew. The Egyptians then took the things that they saw, for example, the lion or a tree or whatever they see in nature, developed a pictographic language based off of that, which is technically Hebrew. And then we then created our own sect of Hebrew from their language, which comes from Hebrew. So it all goes back to Hebrew. Nonetheless, is the point you're making.
Absolutely. Nonetheless, all languages have their root, branch, and stem in Hebrew. And you know this when you study grammar. So for instance, because I now teach Medunecha, I once was a student, but I now teach it. When you want to add the personal pronoun you or your in biblical Hebrew, you have to suffix with ka. We say of the Creator, I can say of the Creator Hasad to you that's your God, that's my God. If I want to say your God, I say Elohecha, right? Elohecha. The ka on the end means you. That same thing is happening in Medunecha. That the ka on the end is meaning you. The same thing is happening in Medunecha with the personal pronoun him, right? The possessive him, his, hers, his, hers. You need a O at the end. The same thing is happening in Medunecha. When you study the grammar rules of Medunecha, you can literally see the grammar rules of Hebrew. Languages are not related because they share vocabulary words. Sharing vocabulary words to scholars suggests that there was interaction. Two people at once interacted, maybe through trade, maybe through war, maybe through politics. They had some type of interaction. But where scholars know that languages have a common ancestor or that one develops directly from the other is in looking at the grammar, the skeleton, the structure of the language. And it's there that we know that one language either comes from the other one, or they both come from a common source. So if I could be brutally honest without adding my Hebraic faith into the conversation, looking at Medu Neter and looking at Hebrew, you can clearly tell that they have the same source. You can say one of two things: Medu Neter derived from Hebrew, or Hebrew derived from Medu Neter. I have a whole presentation ready to go to demonstrate why it's impossible that Hebrew derived from Medu Neter. I'm waiting to debate somebody in the Kemetic community on that topic because I have that ready to go. But again, if I pull out for a second to be completely unbiased, then the scholarship, the academics here suggest that Hebrew and Medu Neter have a common ancestor that they both developed from, or Hebrew develops from Medu Neter, or Medu Neter develops from Hebrew. And what I can prove is that Medu Neter develops from Hebrew.
Gotcha.
Okay, last two questions, and then what we'll do is on your presentation, you go into the Messiah and your views on the Jewish community.
So my presentation begins with the order of what you said. You said that we'd be talking about Lashawan Qadash. You said we'd be talking about the Messiah, and you said we'd be talking about the small hats. So my presentation is trifold in that order: Lashawan Qadash, the Messiah, and then the small hats. Perfect.
Okay, so I'll just ask these last two questions, and then any questions we have after that will be based off of your presentation. Without the diacritical marks, how can you look at the Paleo-Hebrew script and derive a pronunciation of those characters? Where do we see that enunciation before the Nakud? For example, you say that we can have long U sounds, but where are you getting that from before the introduction of the Nakud?
All right. Give me an opportunity to do something I think I do fairly well. The way that Egyptian hieroglyphs were translated by Francois Champollion is through what's called the Rosetta Stone. The Rosetta Stone shows Medu Neter in the top. It shows hieratic in the middle, and it shows Koine Greek, or excuse me, it shows not Koine Greek. It shows the Coptic. So Coptic is at the bottom of the register. Coptic is Egyptian with Greek. So it's written with Greek. The Egyptian language is written with Greek letters and Greek characters. Then you have hieratic. Then you have Medu Neter. So how was hieroglyphs ultimately deciphered by scholars? They compared the writing systems. Just looking at Medu Neter, a person would assume that there's no vowels because it's an abjad similar to Hebrew. But when they saw that in this stela, the Rosetta Stone, it's the same proclamation. One proclamation is made in Medu Neter. One proclamation is made in Greek. The other proclamation is made in Coptic. So that means it's saying the same thing. And what they noticed was in the Coptic and the Greek, there were certain letters in the Medu Neter that indicated vowels because you saw their presence in the Coptic and you saw them in the Greek, and it was consistent. And so they began to translate it based on that, and that's how they was able to crack the code. The same thing exists with Hebrew. When you compare Hebrew to languages that have proclamations about Hebrew, the Amarna tablets, the Amarna letters, the Ibla tablets, the Ibla letters, the Merneptah stela, there are several different artifacts that are written in multiple languages that also reflect Hebrew pronunciation and Hebrew transliterations. In doing that, scholars realize that, wait, what the Masoretic text uses to get the O sound, it's also present in Paleo-Hebrew. So the letter Wa in Lashawan Qadash, which is W-A-W in biblical Hebrew, is indicative in biblical Hebrew of two sounds, the U or the O. And what did they immediately notice? In several Paleo-Hebrew inscriptions, words are written with an additional letter. That additional letter is the Wav. And they said, time out. the word would retain its meaning without that additional letter. So then what was the point of adding that additional letter at each junction? It's the vocalization. So that means that scholars began to slowly understand that even Paleo-Hebrew inscriptions were indicative of vowel signs, the idea that various letters served as vowel letters. Those letters are Yod, Hey, Wav, and even Aleph. All of these letters can function as vowel letters, and the academic term is to refer to them as matres lectionis.
So basically what they're doing is they're taking confirmed languages, comparing it, like, for example, like an Arabic or some other Semitic language, and almost reverse engineering it to then be able to compare it to ancient Hebrew, or no?
Right. Yes. In essence, yes, but I would say it's much more meticulous and rigorous, because it's not simply compare and contrast. They're actually going through the grammar of each system to ensure that this is what it's saying.
Okay.
Okay, and my last question would be how close the Jewish people today, let's just say the Ashkenazim, how accurate are they in their biblical Hebrew, and why or why not?
Their biblical Hebrew is pretty good. And I know Israelites don't like hearing that. Oh, of course he's gonna mop for the white man and the small hats. But I'm gonna be honest, their biblical Hebrew is pretty good. They fail in several respects, but I'll first say where it's pretty good. It's pretty good, first and foremost, guys, because those of us who believe that the Khazar conversion is 740 AD realize that they have a 1400-year start. We are in the 21st century. 740 AD was literally 1400 years ago. Sometimes when I say to Israelites that Europeans are not a bad source in understanding parts of our history and our culture, people say, what the hell are you talking about? And I say, okay, Leroy and them, with all due respect, those are the names some of us picked up in this country, right? Leroy and them just woke up 100 years ago. And we swear out of arrogance, out of pride, and out of ego, that in 100 years, we know everything. Small Hat's been looking at this for 1400 years, and we think they still know nothing. Well, if you're a minimalist in terms of academics, that could be true. But if you deal with honest scholarship, you know that that's absolutely not true. So what I'm saying now then is that the small hats do in fact get Hebrew grammar right. Their pronunciations are still influenced by where they come from. We don't say Shabbos, it's Shabbat. We're not saying David, it's Dawid. I'll even accept Dawood. So we're pronouncing that sixth letter as a W. European Jews are pronouncing it as a V. It's simple, it's not crazy. In Southeastern Europe, the W sound is interchanged with V. Do we have to follow them? No. Last time I checked, none of us are from Southeastern Europe. But what am I saying? Whenever a people pick up a language group, that new language that they're speaking is always going to reflect the region that they come from. Even us today, when we speak Hebrew, there's elements of quote unquote Ebonics, or the way that African Americans speak English, that are going to make its way into Hebrew based on where we're at right now. There are Israelites in Ethiopia that can speak biblical Hebrew, but elements of Amharic are there as well. So if we take out the bias for a moment and just use raw intelligence, Europeans aren't completely dumb for substituting V for W. It's based on their language family, but they still are wrong. That's the thing. They're still wrong. I can understand what someone is doing, but I can still point out that ultimately they're wrong. So I understand why European Jews substitute V for W, S for T, because it's based on their language family, the region that they come from. Our T is their S, our W is their V. So I get it. But when you want to speak my language, small hat, you're wrong.
So would it be the equivalent of this? So Spanish obviously comes from Spain, but it wouldn't be, maybe not 100% accurate, but it wouldn't be a bad resource to go look at.
Absolutely.
To look at Mexicans who speak Spanish and Puerto Ricans who speak Spanish and Dominicans who speak Spanish. It's not the exact same as the Spanish from Spain, but it's similar enough to be able to go to it as a reliable resource.
That's a fact. So here's the thing about it again. Based on where we are in the world, your place of origin, in terms of where you're at right now, locale, region, is going to affect the way you speak. I'm a New Yorker. We all speak in English. I'm pretty sure at some point, some of y'all like, yeah, Zion's from New York. At some point, I could be like, oh yeah, so-and-so's from the South, so-and-so's from the West Coast. Look at how in the language we all speaking right now, our region is already affecting how we say various words. Mm-hmm. So if we have enough basic intelligence and what I want to say is common sense to understand that, then we should not find it hard to understand that based on a person's location, the way they speak language will vary. And that's okay. But when it comes to talking about what is right and what is wrong, ultimately, their pronunciations are wrong because it's influenced by a language family that does take us away from meaning. The word is not Shabbos, it's Shabbat. You're not saying that T on the end, I'm sorry, you're saying a completely different word.
Gotcha. Okay, before we get into this presentation, I just want to say something to these Black Hebrew Israelites. I really can't stand a black.
Chill, I almost spit up on my hot chocolate.
I really can't. Like the same niggas I've been teaching for 20 years are on here saying the stupidest shit. Like somebody said, go. So you're saying to go learn from the white man. These same niggas use ChatGPT and the blue letter Bible.
Come on.
The nigga who want to go into the Hebrew and Greek word gonna use James Strong. James Strong's on the blue letter Bible. Like, shut up.
Watch this, priest. The moment you disagree with them and you tell them they wrong, they're gonna bring you to a white man book and show you why they right. See how that works?
Give me
you
your
see the hypocrisy there?
Give me your black linguistics. Give me your black linguistic. Give me your black scholar. Give me your black PhD to prove your point. You know what? You're not gonna be able to do that.
We have the black linguist on stage.
We have the black PhD.
You niggas are going to the white man. You guys
got the black scholar on stage.
We're learning from the black man right now. So what y'all niggas need to do is shut up and listen to the black man.
And mind you, here's the thing about hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is so vibrant, is so real that a person could be living in it in that moment and not even see it. The same people writing in the comment section, so you telling us to go to the white man. They got their children learning in white schools right now. Right now. Even as some of them same Israelites writing that is about to celebrate Christmas on December 25th. We got Israelites that do that too.
And listen, their job, Zion Lex, at their job, they got to go to they got to go to their job. They got to go to training.
Listen, brother.
Who's training them at their job?
It gets better than that. It gets better than that. For those of us that believe today's the Sabbath, some of those very Israelites that's writing this is writing it from the job.
So you're doing more than learning from the white man. You breaking the Sabbath for the white man. Anyway, yeah, let's get into this presentation. All praise to the Most High. Oh, I do want to make an announcement. The Genesis Varsity Online Academy, we have been having our dear beloved brother, Dr. Divine Prospect. He's been in here tearing it up. I'm going to play a little bit of that on this Sunday, if it be the Lord's will. He broke down Obadiah 1:18. It's just what's the word I'm looking for? It's poetic. It's just a poetic, perfect, just hit a perfect breakdown. We've been saying it this whole time. Now we got Dr. Divine to prove it. Next month, we will be having another scholar in the varsity and our dear beloved brother, Zion Lex. So make sure you guys come through and, pull up. Don't meet me there. Beat me there. It's going down. Hit the email. All praises. All right. So we're going to give you the floor for your presentation, brother Zion. And then after that, we'll open up for questions from the audience. All praises.
All right. So my screen is it's up. Literally, it's up. Let me just make sure that there we go. All right, good brothers. I'm not going to waste no more time. Let's go. You guys invited me to talk about Lashawan Qadash, the Messiah, and essentially the small hats. Here we go. All right.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
I don't know why it started all the way from the back, but just bring it back to the top. Here we go. Debunking Lashawan Qadash, who is the Messiah and Jewish identity. I have an introduction for each passage that I want to go into. But I think we don't have enough time to do that. So For those who are interested in reading this, you can just pause it when you go back to the full clip, but I'm gonna move. Lashawan Qadash and the crisis of pseudo-linguistics. After this particular part of my presentation on Lashawan Qadash, you're going to see why I'm referring to Lashawan Qadash as a crisis of pseudo-linguistics. The expression Lashawan Qadash is promoted by its advocates as an ancient, pure form of Hebrew, allegedly preserved outside the Masoretic tradition and untouched by later grammatical development. At the center of this claim is the assertion that biblical Hebrew was a syllabic language, restricted to only 2 vowel sounds, commonly described as ah and I. According to this view, all Hebrew pronunciation is said to derive from these limited vocalizations, often justified through appeals to instinctive human sounds rather than linguistic structure. What does that mean? This is crazy, y'all. I'm not going to mention the names of these brothers that said this, but it's from the Kemet on trial era. I'm not going to say who said it. It was one of them in particular, but I want to keep it real, so I have to speak about it. I've literally heard respected teachers in the One West community that follow Lashawan Qadash say, "Ak, you know, babies come out speaking Lashawan Qadash from the womb." So what you talking about? Babies say ah, they say ga, gaga. I say yeah, they say guga too. What you talking about? The hell are you talking about? Nah, they come out saying the Lashawan Qadash, they say an ah and I. I ain't never heard a baby say I. I heard ah, I heard ooh, I even heard we. What are y'all some of these interpretations, guys, they are really crazy when we really sit down and analyze them. But I'm a comb through it slow, and I'm gonna also try to be very respectful to our entire community because I love us and I'm here for us, as I hope you guys are here for me too. This theory does not represent a lost ancient system rediscovered. It represents a collapse of linguistic method. When examined against the Hebrew of the Torah itself, whether written in Kitav al-Shurit, square Hebrew script, which is what we use today, or Paleo-Hebrew, the Lashawan Qadash framework fails to account for how Hebrew grammar, morphology, and meaning actually function. The model lacks textual evidence, it contradicts established Semitic linguistics, and it dissolves under the most basic grammatical analysis. You guys saw when I sat with the good brother Shah Ariala. And with all due respect, where he folded the most was when we were talking about grammar. And you all saw it. No proponent of Lashawan Qadash can get past the conversation of grammar. They will fold. The modern construction of Lashawan Qadash. Lashawan Qadash is not attested in any ancient Hebrew source. Oh, Zion is wrong, idiot. There's a Misha Stella with Paleo Hebrew. There's the Moabite Stella with Paleo Hebrew. That's the Lashawan Qadash. The Lashawan Qadash is a vocal system. It's when y'all start saying ah, ba, ga, da. That's Lashawan Qadash. Paleo Hebrew is not Lashawan Qadash at all. And the community has been miseducated for so long that I have to say this. When you've spent your life in miseducation, the truth seems strange. When you spent essentially your entire life under miseducation, the truth seems strange to you. Lashawan Qadash is not attested in any ancient Hebrew source, meaning those pronunciations. No Torah manuscript, inscription, ostrakon, or early commentary describes Hebrew as a 2-vowel syllabic system. Neither ancient Israelite tradition nor medieval Hebrew grammarians present such a theory. Josephus wrote in several languages, one of them being Hebrew, one of them being in Aramaic, one of them being in Greek. Josephus spoke the real Hebrew. None of his pronunciations reflect Lashawan Qadash. Instead, Lashawan Qadash emerges in modern sectarian contexts, largely as a reaction against rabbinic authority, Masoretic transmission, and academic linguistics at the same time. Authentic ancient languages leave evidence in text. If Lashawan Qadash is accurate, then show me the preservation of those pronunciations in any ancient literature. Show me that there are Egyptian inscriptions that when translated make the sounds that you're saying in Lashawan Qadash. Show me them. Show me one. And I'll show you 10 that represent the Masoretic Hebrew. Why Hebrew cannot be syllabary, consisting of just ah, ba, ga, da. Hebrew writing systems, both Kitav Ashurit, which is the modern square script, and Paleo Hebrew are abjads. And abjads is an alphabetic system that just consists of consonants. Every abjad also contains inherent vowels. It's just that looking at the writing system alone, without someone telling you the sound, you would not know. All of us had to be taught A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Nobody picked it up and automatically knew what it meant. All of us had to be taught that E, O, and U sometimes can have very similar sounds. We had to be taught that. We had to be taught that I can sometimes be pronounced as an E. That had to be taught, orally transmitted. An abjad records consonants, while vowels are supplied through speech and grammatical patterns. You see how the vowels influence grammar and grammatical patterns? That's going to be key and crucial in this presentation. A syllabary, by contrast, requires a unique sign for each syllable, such as ba, bi, bu, and so on. The Torah itself demonstrates that Hebrew operates on consonantal roots rather than syllabic units. For instance, the word for king in Kitav Ashurit is melech, and in Paleo Hebrew, melech. The semantic core lies in the root mem, lamed, kaf, not in a fixed syllable, ma, la, ka. If Hebrew were syllabic, the same consonants could not shift internal vowels to convey different grammatical meanings, because as I showed and demonstrated with Ariala, vocalization changed meanings in words. You guys are going to see that in the next couple of slides. Yet this flexibility is foundational to Torah Hebrew. Consonantal roots and grammatical meaning in the Torah. Hebrew meaning is anchored in consonantal roots, while vowels convey tense, past, present, future. Voice, who's speaking? State, what we're speaking of. Function, a system limited to 2 vowel sounds cannot sustain this structure. The common Torah-based illustrative root, kital or katal, reflects how Hebrew verbs actually operate. In Kitav Ashurit, katal expresses completed action. Kotel expresses an active participle. Watch this for a second. I'm speaking to Deacon, I'm speaking to Hassad. The next Hebrew speaker of Lashawan Qadash that you meet, someone that teaches it, ask them what is an active participle, what is a passive participle. Ask them to define that. Then ask them to give you examples of that in Hebrew names in the Bible, in Hebrew verbs in the Bible, and see how quickly they fold and look at you and say, that's the white man. This has to stop in our community. We literally just making up stuff as we go along, and nobody's really committing themselves to learn, because it's easier to make something up than to actually sit down and learn. All I'm doing is shifting vowels. Katal expresses completed action. That's the past. Kotel expresses an active participle. A participle, by the way, everyone, is a verbal adjective. Yiktol expresses future or model action. That's what Ariala did last week. I said, Ariala, if you know real Hebrew, I want you to say he killed or he murdered. And he said, Yatazarak. And y'all heard me tell him live, that's not he killed, that's he will kill. When you added that yod or that ya, you made it future tense. Second person masculine future tense, he will. And then Ariala immediately said, guys, I am not Zion Lex's peer. Zion Lex been studying the language much longer than me. Y'all all heard him say that. Why do you think he had to say that? Because that's where the cookie crumbles. People who know Hebrew, they don't just know what letters look like and how to sound alphabetic consonants. They understand how the grammar works. If you don't understand how the grammar works, stop telling people you teach Hebrew. In Paleo-Hebrew, Katal preserves the same consonantal framework, but it lacks the presence of vowels, which indicates tense, voice, state, and function. These distinctions depend on multiple vowel qualities. Reducing Hebrew pronunciations to ah and I removes the very mechanism that makes Hebrew intelligible. The collapse of the two vowel claim. Now, I picked this book online because a brother had brought it to me once that was in my class and asked me to check it out. And I hate to give a bad report card for anything that's produced in our community, but this one failed with flying colors. There were so many errors in it. And to think this person is using it to literally write the Bible. And it's replete with errors. We often in the Israelite community have the audacity to say, King James is wrong, the NIV is wrong, and this is wrong. First thing I say to anybody that say it's wrong, do you speak the original from which it's translated? Are you able to read it? No. Then how the hell you know it's wrong? Oh, because Dr. So-and-so that knows the language said it's wrong. Okay, so you're a slave to Dr. So-and-so until you can read. Next person. If you don't read the language for yourself, you got to admit you're handicapped to somebody who can. You're now reliant and pursuant upon somebody's word. What if their word is flawed? What if their word is not their bond? What if they're liars? There's a number of reasons why following a person could be wrong, and understanding for yourself is always more helpful. The Torah itself contradicts the claim that Hebrew uses only two vowels. Let me explain. The word Torah appears as Torah in Kitav Asherit and the same as Torah in Paleo-Hebrew. The internal O vowel is structurally necessary to convey the meaning of teaching. That's it right there. That's it right there, the O. Right next to the T in Paleo-Hebrew, what looks like an X, and the Y in Paleo-Hebrew, what looks like a Y in Paleo-Hebrew, but is really the letter Y or O. That's it right there. That's the vocalization O. People will look at this in Paleo-Hebrew and say, Ak, there's no dots. There's no dashes. None of the Masoretic markers are there. See, Hebrew originally had no vowels. Here's what I want to tell anybody still saying that in 2025. You need to read a beginner's guide on biblical Hebrew. Go get you one that's written by someone in Africa. You know, Ethiopians have Hebrew grammar books. If you don't trust the white man so much, go read the ones produced by us in South Africa. Go read the ones produced by us in Ethiopia. Go read the ones produced by us by Middle Eastern Jews that are non-European. If you don't trust the white man so much, then go to an alternate source. But continuing to get things blatantly wrong in 2025 is crazy. There's a saying, knowledge is so accessible today that to be ignorant takes effort. Torah in Kitav Asherit and Torah in Paleo-Hebrew, the internal O vowel is structurally necessary to convey the meaning of teaching or law. Without that O sound, this would not mean teaching or law. So in Lashawan Qadash, people are saying Farah. Farah. Farah don't mean law or teaching, but Torah do. If I change the vowels on this and say Tara, that's a completely different word in Hebrew. I'm not saying law. I'm not saying teaching. So pronunciation matters. And this is what the community is missing. Altering it to fit a two-vowel model produces a word that no longer corresponds to the Torah text. The divine title Elohim in the Kitav Asherit and in the Paleo. The vowel patterns distinguish it from related forms such as El or Eloah. A two-vowel system cannot account for these distinctions, even though they appear consistently throughout the Torah. Now, again, I thought this was crazy when I heard somebody that I actually really respect and still respect to this day say this. Ak, babies come out the womb speaking the real true tongue. The tongue of the Holy One of Israel. Ak. What you talking about? Babies come out the womb speaking Lashawan Qadash. They say ba ga. Here we go. Infant babbling as a false linguistic analogy. A reoccurring justification for Lashawan Qadash is the claim that newborn infants, when producing sounds such as ga, ba, or da, are somehow echoing ancient Paleo-Hebrew speech. This argument is fundamentally flawed. Infant babbling is a biological and neurological process, not a linguistic one. Babies across all cultures produce similar sounds because they are physically easy to articulate, not because they reflect any specific ancient language. If this logic were valid, infants would simultaneously be speaking every language that uses similar consonants. Hebrew is not instinctive vocal noise coming out of the womb, ah, ba, ga, da. It's a structured language governed by grammatical rules, which infants do not possess. I thought this was crazy.
The contrast between you maturely addressing it and the thing that you're addressing is absolutely hilarious. You're having to listen, everyone. This is why Google Gaga is not a real language.
I'm trying, man, because the way that I teach, when I'm really in my zone, I edutain. So I add a little humor and I add a lot of knowledge. And unfortunately, as you brothers know, especially with the YouTube algorithm, our people aren't locked in until they can laugh, shout, maybe even cry. Our people are passionate, emotional people. So that means a teacher, if you're here just doing the Dr. Brown, people going to be logging off.
No, for real. You definitely got to put some spunk into it. We're the salt of the earth. So we definitely got favor and flavor.
Gotcha.
All right. So we're done with the linguistic part.
Yes, we are essentially done. I could move on to the Messiah part. That's a fact.
Okay, that's cool. I do have a question. If you could demonstrate.
But I wanted to demonstrate the hieroglyphs, if you don't mind.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But real quick, this I'm not trying to be funny, but like, how would it sound if you were to have a conversation with yourself as if you were speaking in Lashawan Qadash?
Having a conversation with myself. Well, in biblical Hebrew, Ani Avdiel, Mashemka, Shemi Avdiel, Afo, New York. Oh, okay. Canaan, Ani Me, Brownsville. Right? I could do that in biblical Hebrew. Now, Lashawan Qadash, yikes. Damn. I can't, bro. And I'm not even trying to be funny. I can't. It doesn't work.
Because I was thinking about me doing it, and then I'm just gonna get hatred. But it's gonna okay. You know what? I don't.
Go ahead, try it. Give it a try.
Here's what it's gonna sound like. Something like this. Barakabai kakalai mashanakalai akamai rabba aska. You know what it's gonna sound like?
Hakwakwakaba.
Abarakal shalamai kamaka baraka. You know,
I want to see still somebody. I think Shabar's going to come up here. He said he has all the information. He's fluent in the Lashawan Qadash. So we want him to come up here after this presentation. We want to hear some fluent Lashawan Qadash, Brother Shabar.
Excellent. So some of you probably know that the Kemetic Grandmaster teacher that just passed, Baba Hiru, when I debated Jabari for the first and last time in person, Baba Hiru presented me with a chain, and he put it in the hands of Jabari, which I thought was embarrassing for Jabari, to present it to me. And he said this was in honor of you learning the Medu Neter. So the Kemetic Grandmasters have, put respect on my name as a credible Medu Neter teacher. They've seen me do it in the museums. They've seen me demonstrate in person and online. So I definitely do Medu Neter. On that point, everyone, we're looking at an insert from what's called the Merneptah Stela. Everyone can pull this up online. Merneptah, MERNEPTAH, Stela, or Stele, STELE. It's dated to 1205 BC. The name of the pharaoh is in Medu Neter pronounced Meri Ptah, which means the beloved of Ptah. It comes into Greek as Merneptah. Now, he says a lot of things on this stela. On lines 27 through lines 28, You can always tell when somebody's been studying, by the way, because people are just going to yabba, yabba, do babba, but nobody's going to really get knee deep in it. On line 27 and 28, after mentioning a host of Canaanite lands and tribes that he conquered, he now says that he conquered and destroyed Israel and left them without any seed. When he mentions Israel, this is how he spells it. He uses the double reed leaf, which produces the Y sound. I have the equivalent sounds up in Hebrew. I could have drawn for the equivalent sounds in English, but I'm always thinking as a teacher, because those who read Hebrew can use both skill sets right now. So you can literally see that the double reed leaf translates to the yod or the yah, and it's right here where you guys see my arrow. So that's Y. The door bolt can pronounce an S or a Z. That's an S or a Z. You can see the door bolt right here being equivalent to Zion as a Z. You can also see it right here as an S equivalent to sin, right there. So that's an S. These two diagonal lines are the vowels, and it's the E vowel. So far you have yissi, yissi. The mouth glyph is the R, R. So yisri. Mind you guys, Metonecha has an SH. That's the marsh. That's this right here. They didn't use SH for Israel. So Houston, we already have a problem. In 1205 BC, I would believe, guys, that's the time that we're using Paleo-Hebrew. I also believe, guys, there's no Jewish man alive. I also believe, guys, that no one is speaking Yiddish. But I could be wrong. I'm being humorous. They clearly didn't use the SH. They used the S. Y-S-E-R. The single reed leaf is equivalent to two vowel sounds. It can be an E or it can be an A. But whenever it's followed by the eagle, which is always an A, then we know that it's acting as an E. So the single reed leaf here is an E. The eagle is an A. So far we have Yisriya, Yisriya. The last mouth is not an R, it's an L. Egyptians used the mouth glyph to represent both the R or the L. Why is that? Ancient Egyptian language does not have an L sound. The L sound belongs to peoples in the region of Kush and to Semitic speaking tribes. So whenever Egyptians wanted to represent the L sound, which is a sound that's foreign to ancient Egyptian language, they used the mouth glyph, which is R. Why is that? I want all my linguists to listen carefully. And I'll even ask for people who aren't afraid of looking crazy. I know people are going to make jokes in the comment section, but people who are mature and aren't afraid of looking crazy in their own house, demonstrate this right now in your own house. Linguistically, the difference between sounding an R and an L is moving your tongue either up or down. When you say R, R, your tongue has to go down the roof of your mouth. When you say L, L, you're bringing your tongue up to the roof of your mouth. So R, you're bringing your tongue down. L, you're bringing your tongue up. Linguistically, the difference between an R and an L is the movement of your tongue. If it's moving up, it's an L. Just like when you make L, your tongue hits the roof of your mouth. If you're saying R, you're pushing your jaw down. You're bringing your tongue down. So Egyptians rightfully, by the way, this also shows how intelligent they were. Of all the glyphs that they could have used for L, they naturally used the R because they already understood the linguistic interchangeability. That also tells us they were very wise people, by the way. So the way we know that the second R or the second mouth glyph is acting as an L here and not an R is this line right here. This line, whenever it's under a hieroglyphic letter or Metonecha consonant, is telling us to either read the glyph literally, as in to look at it for what it literally represents, a mouth, or it tells us to consider more information. In this case, it's not telling us to look at it as a literal mouth. It's asking us to consider the whole picture. Why? Because it's followed by the throw stick. The throw stick is a determinative. First and foremost, what is a determinative or a determinant? A determinative in language is a language classifier. If I write 2.50 on a paper right now, what am I saying? You're saying it's 2:50 p.m. or a.m.? No. That's the numbers for longitude and latitude? No. Damn, Zion, what are you saying? I'm saying $2.50. Oh, then you need a dollar sign. The dollar sign in the English language is a determinative. Without it, there are a number of ways that we could read 2.50. So what I'm saying now is the throw stick is the determinative for foreigner in ancient Egypt. So whatever this word is, whatever name this word is, it's indicative of a foreign people. So if it's indicative of a foreign people, and this R can also produce the foreign sound L, then we know that the sound is L. So far we have Yisrael, Yisrael, or Yisrael, just as we pronounce it today. Except the Egyptians lead with the E, and in biblical Hebrew, we lead with the A. The Egyptians have it as Yisrael, in biblical Hebrew, we have it as Yisrael. But both the ancient Egyptian language and biblical Hebrew capture the S. Nobody's saying SH, except for One West, 1969. The next glyph is a man and a woman with 3 strokes. Those 3 strokes, anytime something is repeated 3 times, it represents a group or plurality. So a man kneeling and a woman kneeling represents a people group, a nation, a tribe, or a people. So together, all of the information is telling us, excuse me. Sorry, guys. So together, all of the information that we're reading so far is telling us that whatever group of people this is, their name is Yisrael. They are a foreign people. So I'm going to sum it up now. The Merneptah Stela records the name Yisrael, represented by the consonantal YSRL, which corresponds directly to the Paleo-Hebrew and the Kitav Ashurit that's used today. This attestation proves that the name Israel was already fixed in a root-based Semitic form long before the Masoretic tradition. There's no Masoretes in 1205 BC. And the Egyptians are pronouncing it Yisrael, not Yashar Allah, requiring multiple vowel values to be intelligible. The proposed form, Yashar Allah, is not represented here, nor does it appear in any ancient inscription, manuscript, ostragon, scroll, or classical grammatical tradition, Hebrew, Egyptian, Akkadian, Aramaic, Greek. I believe I can stop right there, but I'll end with this last word. Anybody that's a proponent of Lashawan Qadash, do me one favor. Show me any ancient inscription that transliterates to sounds produced in Lashawan Qadash. If you do that, I won't teach ever again.
I have one question for that, Brother Zion. That was a bomb. In the Meta Netter, if the proper name was Yasharala, do they have the words in Meta Netter if they wanted to convey that? Could they have written that down if they
absolutely wanted? Even as I was saying to you guys that they do have the SH.
Right.
That's why I had those hieroglyphic charts with the Hebrew equivalents. They have an SH and they still use the S.
Right. And then you have to ask yourself why. Why is that? Why are they not writing the SH?
Come on.
Are they just doing it to be disrespectful? No, we don't want to. We know that in 15 or 3,000 years.
We know 2,000 years from now they're going to be arguing about the language. Let's confuse them, and
that doesn't make much sense.
It don't make no sense, man.
I think Priest had to step away. That was a dope presentation. Did you want to go into the Messiah now?
I definitely want to go into the Messiah, man. This was my Achilles heels for years. You know, I've been in this way of life for 32 years. In the last 8 years, I've finally come to the realization that Yeshua is the Messiah. The community that I come from, those who love me still love me, but I always had hate no matter where I went. So even in the community I come from, the people who really didn't like me, I gave them a reason to hate me now, because now I stopped preaching their doctrine and I believe in the Messiah. So I'm going to enjoy this presentation.
All praises to the Most High.
All praise to the Most High.
So for anybody that keeps saying, man, y'all clicked up with this brother, he's Old Testament only. He just told you no, he believes in the Messiah. So now what? So now they just got to find another reason to hate you. They're going to say, oh, well, I don't like niggas from Brooklyn.
All facts, bro. All facts, man. All facts. So here we go. Mashiach in the Tanakh, an anointing agent of the Creator. The term Mashiach simply means anointed one and is applied in the Hebrew Bible to kings, priests, and even prophets who are appointed to act on behalf of the Lord. Over time, the Tanakh narrows this concept toward a singular eschatological figure who embodies righteousness, obedience, and covenantal restoration. Isaiah presents this figure not merely as a ruler, but as a servant whose mission involves suffering. This already challenges later assumptions that Mashiach must only be a conqueror and never suffer. The Tanakh itself allows for a redemptive role rooted in affliction. So in the Old Testament community, everybody says, we all taught, I used to teach, Yeshua had to fail because he did not do what the Messiah is spoken of coming to do. He did not judge the nations. He did not gather in the exile host of the children of Israel. And he did not spawn the rebuilding of the third temple. He did not spark or spawn the rebuilding of the third temple. So he failed. But what if that wasn't his job? What if there exists in the scriptures two representations of the Messiah? One who is suffering, one who is a valiant king. Can two things be true at one time? That's absolutely a fact. Two things can be true at one time. Melchizedek was a king and a priest. The future Redeemer will be a king and a priest. So, is it possible that the Messiah could have a first and a second coming? Yes, he can. In his first coming, could his mission be not to judge the nations, not to gather in the exiles, not to spawn the rebuilding of the third temple, because in the era of Yeshua, the second temple wasn't even destroyed yet. But could his job chiefly and solely be to save his people from their sins through the sacrifice of his life? Yes, because that's exactly what Isaiah 53 paints for us. No Old Testament Israelite can get past Isaiah 53. Literally telling you this man suffered for the sins of others, not his own sin. Every Old Testament Israelite alive, I'm going to speak like I mean it, on planet Earth is going to say, no man can die for the sins of another. And I'm going to say, yeah. But Isaiah 53 says the Messiah will. See, the difference is I'm not contradicting the scripture. I'm going to let the scripture speak for itself. This Torah says, by Torah, I mean the Hebrew Bible, it says God is the only Savior. I am the Lord, and besides me, there's no Savior. Guess what I say? That's a fact. But go to the book of Judges. Go to Judges chapter 2 and see the people sinned and did that which is evil in the sight of the Lord. And then the Lord raised up a Moshiach, a Savior, who saved them. Whoa! Go a couple verses down. The people did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord. And the Lord raised up a Moshiach, the Hebrew word for Savior, and he saved them from their sins. Can two things be true? They absolutely can be true. I am the Lord, and besides me there is no Savior. That's the Creator speaking, and that's a fact. Yet he can raise up man as a Savior. Is that a contradiction? No, it's not. All salvation belongs to the Lord. But Priest Daniela taught me something during Canaan trial in our conversations that we would have behind the scenes. Priest Daniela knows that I was stuck in the thinking of Old Testament, wanted to lend some wisdom my way, and he sure did. He said, Ak, I know you skillful in the Hebrew. I can't go back and forth with you in the Hebrew. That's your lane, Zion. Priest Daniela, for those who know him, is a very humble brother. And I'm paraphrasing him, by the way. He says, Zion, I ain't about to go back and forth with you on the Hebrew. I know you're skilled in Hebrew, so I'm not going to do that with you. But I do have a question for you. I said, go ahead, priest. And he said, whatever the Creator acts in the world, who is it through the agency of? I'm paraphrasing. Is it through an angel? Is it through man? Do you agree that the Lord acts through man? I said, yeah, that's a fact. Damn. Kill shot. The moment I said the T in fact, I understood what he said and I changed my opinion immediately. Some of us have so much ego that we can't do that. If you guys were to ask Priest Daniela this conversation, he'll tell you right now Zion ain't lying. If you were to ask him, did I respond to him seconds after he wrote that and immediately say to him, I agree with you, ask him. He'll tell you yes. That's a fact. Whenever the Creator acts in the world, it's through the agency of man. Salvation can come from an earthly king, but ultimately that salvation is of the Lord because the Lord is working through that king. So when we speak of the Mashiach acting in the agency of the Creator, being a savior, it's the operative phrase people need to think about. He's acting in the agency of the Creator. And that's how he's able to be regarded also as a savior. I hope people are paying attention. Next slide. Isaiah 53 and the death of the righteous. Hassad, I usually charge, if I'm being brutally honest, when I appear on people's channels, unless I'm a fan of those people and I respect their work. I can say that about you guys. And I'll tell you this, there are certain topics in the community that you can even ask Sarnetta. I don't even show up for unless there's a certain amount of money offered, because time is value, and oftentimes people don't value your time. So when I give my time, I want to be valued for my time. But I tell you this, not only will I not ask for a payment for the strongest Old Testament Israelite to have this debate with me in Isaiah 53, but I'm willing to pay them to debate me on Isaiah 53. Y'all find out for me who that would be. I'll pay them to debate me on Isaiah 53, proving that it's referring not just to a Messiah, but Yeshua.
All praise to the Most High.
With that being said, Isaiah 53 and the death of the righteous. Isaiah 53 describes the servant of the Lord as one who was despised, rejected, pierced, and afflicted, yet ultimately vindicated. The text states that he bears the iniquities of others and that his suffering brings healing. This servant is said to be righteous, yet treated as guilty, and his soul is described as an offering for guilt. The Hebrew term rendered guilt offering is asham, a sacrificial category in the Torah. This is not metaphorical language detached from Torah categories. It's precise cultic terminology. Isaiah presents the death of the righteous servant as having atoning value, a theme echoed repeatedly even in the oral tradition. Uh-oh. Some of y'all are saying Zion versus Gadal. I want to say don't insult my intelligence.
Yeah, that's a little child, man.
But shout out to Brother Gadal. I know he thinks he's worthy, but I really want to say please don't insult my intelligence. But okay.
Man,
Zechariah.
Already that'll make him 0 for 3. He already lost against Priest. He already lost again. It would be 0 for 3.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know any Old Testament Israelite that's sharp enough to debate me on this topic. And some of them are my friends. And I'm going to say this with respect because I consider this person a friend. But I wouldn't be me if I didn't keep it real. Mighty Hebrew can't have this conversation with me.
Mm-hmm.
I'll wipe the floor with him on this conversation, respectfully.
You got to do a 1v20. That's what we've been, because nobody wants to debate us on this Gentile salvation. We said we'll do a 2v100.
Yeah. In all honesty, I literally can't think of an Old Testament Israelite that really could have this conversation with me. It would be overkill with all of them. I think the best people that could have this conversation with me, unfortunately, is a small hat. I think Rabbi Tovia Singer would be dope. I think because he's a proponent of the Old Testament only, I think that would be dope. But I don't know any Old Testament Israelite, and I'm pretty much familiar with every single one of them. I don't know any of them that could really have that conversation with me. I literally would embarrass them because I know everything that they're going to say. I championed it I was the lead person in the Old Testament community to attack the New Testament. So I know what they're going to come with. I invented some of the styles. What y'all going to do is borrow and remix what I already brought. Shots fired. Zechariah 12:10, and the pierced one. Zechariah prophesies that Jerusalem will look toward the one whom they have pierced, and will mourn for him as one mourns for an only son. This figure is singular, identifiable, and connected to national repentance. The Hebrew word for pierced is dakar, and it's indicative or indicating of violent death. This passage does not speak abstractly of collective suffering, but of a specific individual whose death precipitates mourning and spiritual awakening. When read alongside Isaiah 53, the convergence is difficult to dismiss. Some people don't like when Zion say oral tradition. And what I say about that is, my teacher in this way of life, one of them, his name is Crown Prince Zarishadai. His children introduced me to this way of life. He's a 3rd-degree black belt. He's well known among the old school gangs in New York City and Chicago. As a martial art instructor, he would always say there's 2 formats. We could talk it out or we could work it out. So I'll say this respectfully. To anybody that has a problem with me saying oral tradition, quoting oral tradition, we could always debate on it. I'm ready whenever you are. The oral tradition, the death of the righteous as atonement. Rabbinic literature repeatedly affirms that the death of the righteous brings atonement for the generation. Do y'all see what I have highlighted in red? These same rabbis that act confused that the death of Jesus or Yeshua could bring atonement for death, it's in the very oral tradition they swear by. So why are they out here lying to y'all? Somebody got to be the sacrificial lamb in our community to go and study all this stuff. We have so much bias in the Israelite community that we are literally blocking ourselves from information based on bias. Who from among us is going to be bold enough to say, I'm going to learn it all, figure out what's right from what's wrong, and bring it back towards the benefit of our community? You know how many things I've uncovered in the oral tradition that Israelites are using today? Ron Dalton, with all due respect to him, uses several things I teach in the oral tradition that he first got from me and never credits me. And this is my first time openly speaking on it. Some of us just don't have discipline. Some of us just don't have respect. It's important to say where you got something from, because if you're saying it wrong, people can always go back to the source. If you're acting as if everything came from you, then we know you're a lie. Somebody from in our community has to be bold enough, equipped enough to go and study it all, make corrections in those studies, and bring it back towards the benefit of our community. And I could tell you guys, I've been doing that work for decades. So I'm going to show you some of what I uncovered. Rabbinic literature repeatedly affirms that the death of the righteous brings atonement for the generation. This principle appears in the Talmud and Midrash, where the suffering or death of the righteous, or in Hebrew Zadikim, is said to avert judgment or atone for communal sin. It's literally taught in the Talmud, Mishnah, Gemara, Midrashim, that the death of the righteous atones for the sins of the generation. This idea is not foreign to Hebraic thought. It is internal to its ethical and theological framework. Within this context, the suffering Mashiach is not an anomaly. The oral tradition preserves the concept of what's called Mashiach ben Joseph, Messiah, son of Joseph, who the rabbis say is a messianic figure who suffers, is rejected, and dies before the final redemption. So I got a question. All these rabbis that debate against my Messianic Israelite brothers, acting like y'all are crazy for believing in the New Testament of Yeshua, because it's just crazy that somebody can die for the sins of others, how come they're not telling you that they swear by it every day in their own literature? I can tell you why they don't tell you that. If European Jews and rabbis would admit to us or Christians that there exists in rabbinic Judaism a concept that the death of the righteous atones, they know that will arm and strengthen your resolve in using it to defend Yeshua. So rather than be blatantly honest and tell you the whole truth, They act as if you're lying, when the whole time they know that not only are you right, but it's written in the books that they worship and swear by. Guys, somebody from among us got to do the work. I used to always wonder as an Old Testament Israelite, how could the Messiah come from Galilee? Yeah, Micah says he would be born in Bethlehem. Yes, the New Testament says Yeshua or Jesus was born in Bethlehem, but his ministry is all in Galilee. Like, where's the template for that? I used to always wonder until the summer of 1998 hit. And I left John Jay College. And I began to study at a particular, we'll talk about that later. I began to study at a particular place here in New York City. And I learned a lot. I want you guys to go out and watch the movie. It's free on YouTube. The Spook That Sat on the Door, by the Door. It's a black guy that's an ex-CIA and ex-FBI agent. He joined the FBI and then joined the CIA solely to take all of that paramilitary information, all of that governmental expertise, to bring it back and unify his people and galvanize them to revolt against the government here in America. The movie's called The Spook That Sat by the Door. He was willing to go learn all of those things key and necessary to create a successful uprising. Y'all catch my drift? Somebody from among us got to be willing and bold enough to go into spaces that we normally wouldn't be in order to extract those things that in part could aid our liberation. Here we go. In reading the Zohar, of which I've been reading since the summer of 1998, it teaches that the Mashiach would appear in Galilee first. That blew my mind away in the summer of 1998. Allow me to intrigue you. Galilee and the emergence of Mashiach. The Zohar teaches that the Mashiach will first be revealed in the Galilee. I beg somebody to look that up online right now. Zohar, Mashiach revealed first in Galilee. I beg somebody to do that right now. Fact check me live and allow me to explain further what the Zohar says. The Mashiach will appear in Galilee first because it is here that the exile began, so it will be here that the exile will end. Everybody go back and look at the Assyrian captivity. What region in the land did they conquer first? Galilee. So because it's there that the exile began, the rabbis living in the era of Yeshua and even living in the era as early as Ezra were already surmising that it was here that the Mashiach would begin his ministry, because it was here that the exile began, so it should be here that the exile ends. That's the basis in the Zohar, that the Mashiach will first be revealed in Galilee. That blew my mind away as an Old Testament Israelite, because I used to think that was all New Testament made up and fictional. Galilee is portrayed as a region of concealment before revelation, humility before glory. This tradition aligns with the prophetic theme that redemption begins in unexpected places. Yeshua's emergence in Galilee is therefore not a deviation from expectation, but a fulfillment of an established mystical teaching. His early ministry in that region corresponds precisely to the Zohar's description of the initial manifestation of the Mashiach. Now, here's where things get even really interesting. The Old Testament Israelites in the community I come from, they say Yeshua never even existed. I think that's crazy saying in 2025. By the way, guys, as much as I could be honest with you and tell you that there was a time, there were decades that I didn't believe in Yeshua as a Messiah, never once in my life did I ever believe that he didn't exist. I had enough intelligence to know that I could respect things that my teachers were saying that was right, and I could not respect things that I understood was wrong. I always knew that Yeshua existed. The Babylonian Talmud confirms the existence of Jesus. It confirms that he died on the cross on the eve of Passover. It even confirms that one of his disciples is named Matthew. It even confirms that he did in fact produce miracles, but the Talmudic writers hate on him. They say he produced miracles because he learned that magic while he was in Egypt. Watch where they still messed up. Y'all remember Menace to Society? You done messed up? Watch where they still messed up. They were better off lying and saying he didn't create miracles. Because to say that he got it from Egypt, guess what they still did? You still admitted that he produced miracles. By the way, the rabbis of the oral tradition and the Talmud in particular, they hate Yeshua. They hate his ministry. They hate him personally. They hate everything about him. So ask yourself this question. For them to admit that he created miracles, you know how much investigation they had to go into to even assert that that was a fact? Because to say that this man who many in the world were believing was the Messiah produced miracles, they understood the implications. It could shake people's faith. People that disagree with him could see in the miracle that he's great and possibly want to believe in him. So there had to be a thorough investigation into his miracles to even go on record to say he did do miracles. The Babylonian Talmud records Yeshua as a historical individual. It places his death on the eve of Passover and acknowledges that he performed signs and wonders, though disputing their source. They say he learned to produce these things in Egypt. The Talmud also preserves the name Mattai, Matthew, corresponding to Matthew as one of his disciples. The oral tradition speaks of there being two sides to the Messiah, or there being two personalities, Mashiach ben Joseph and Mashiach ben David. The profile of Mashiach ben Joseph, as based on the oral tradition, is that this Messiah would be a righteous sufferer, rejected by his own, and killed before the final redemption. This matches the Gospel's portrayal of Yeshua with remarkable precision. His death at Passover, his call to obedience to the Lord, and his role as a catalyst for repentance align with both scripture and oral tradition. The Tanakh, the Talmud, and the Zohar together allow for a Mashiach who suffers first and is vindicated later. All of the rabbis of the oral tradition agreed that the first appearance of the Messiah wouldn't be to rule, wouldn't be to be a valiant king, wouldn't be to judge the nations, gather the exiles, and spawn the rebuilding of the third temple. They say his first appearance would be to suffer and die on behalf of the sins of the people. So I have a question. Why aren't they telling you that, us that, Christians that? Because they know that that could be used in our armor and artillery towards strengthening our argument. So rather being honest, which is what they're supposed to always be, they rather lie and act like this is not in their teachings. But because I studied it all, I'm here to pull the cat out the hat and show you they lying. Y'all want to talk about Khazaria, or y'all want to ask questions before we get there?
I do want to ask this though. Is you went to Talmudic sources, right? Are you aware of the Talmudic rabbinic midrashic sources that talk about how Jesus Christ is in hell boiling in hot excrement?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So
go ahead.
So as I made mention, and I was very audible about it, the rabbis of the Talmud particularly have a real problem with Yeshua. They hate him. So, priest, I want to say this to you. I know you're a very intelligent guy. And Hassad, I want to say this to you. I know you're a very intelligent guy yourself. You know, in scholarship, some of the greatest evidence for what is true will come from oppositional sources. So if the enemy that you're fighting is writing that you won the war, and you're also writing that you won the war, and scholars on the ground can see evidences that you won the war, then we know you won the war. What am I saying? In the Israelite community, we don't want to hear the oral tradition because we say it's Jewish. Even though if timelines matter and dates matter, somebody please stop me from being a teacher, because I will if you could show me otherwise. Tonight I'll stop teaching if you could show me otherwise. When was the Talmud written? The Palestinian Talmud is already here by the 4th century Common Era. That's the 300s. The Mishnah was already here by the 200s Common Era. The Babylonian Talmud is here in the 500s Common Era. We all say European Jews came in 740 AD or Common Era. So how did they write something that precedes them by hundreds of years?
Yeah, we don't take we specifically
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough.
we don't take the position that the Ashkenazim come from the Khazarians. We
Right.
take the position that Dr. Henry Abramson takes, that the Kalonymus family is the bottleneck for the Ashkenazim. And he said the Talmud mentions the Kalonymus family. So he connected the Kalonymus family of Onkelos, the great translator. He connected him and his family to the progenitors, if you will, of the family that went and started the Ashkenazim. So we do still believe in the Khazarian conversion, but we also believe that these Edomites, Onkelos, and according to Dr. Henry Abramson, says that they're the bottleneck of the Ashkenazim.
So that's a good point. Now, whenever we're conducting scholarship, we always have to question motives. Dr. Henry Abramson is an Ashkenazic Jew. It would benefit his argument All right. Shalom, shalom. Can everybody hear me? Can everyone hear me? If you can hear me, type a 1. 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 Thank you very much. All right. So I stopped the live stream temporarily just because I wanted to address some of the comments. I noticed that there are people commenting. I noticed there are people that are debating various points. And I just want to, bring to everyone's attention that sometimes when that happens, it obviously takes away from the presentation. If you're in the comment section and you're debating topics that are completely unrelated to the presentation that we're watching, then obviously everyone that's in the comment section, you're taking them away from the presentation because you decided that you're more important than anything that we're showing. And what you have to say is more important than anything that's being presented. And therefore, you're going to have your own debate within the comment section. I never understand why people do that. As much as I'm respected in the community with all of the knowledge and experience I have never went on anyone's live stream and had a completely independent conversation in their live chat because I have enough common sense to know that that's disrespectful. So I'm going to simply say to those of you, you have every right to share your comments and opinions. If you have respect for yourself first, the community, and this platform, then please limit your comments to the presentation. Talking about all topics that have nothing to do is you telling us that it doesn't matter what we're showing. You're more important. What you have to say is more important. Forget what we're doing here. And if that's the case, I just want to remind you, YouTube is a free platform. You can build your own channel. You can bring your own audience. But what you cannot do is do that here. We don't do that here. Please, please don't let me block you. Please, please respect what we have here. Also, I noticed that there are people that, express that they disagree with things that are being shared. And I just want to remind everybody that that's absolutely fine. We're all entitled to opinions. But I want to say this for the record. The link to the live stream is in the chat. I'm going to say it again. The link to the live stream is in the chat. I can throw my camera on in 60 seconds or less. If there's something that's being said here that you disagree with, join the live stream. If not, be quiet and enjoy the rest of the show. And I say that with all due respect. If you're so bold that you can type your difference of opinion in the chat, then be so bold to join the stage and have the conversation. If not, little lion, I'm going to need you to stay in a child's place. Be quiet and enjoy the show. Take that however you want. Respectfully. Ro, did you want to join the show? Yikes, I can't hear you because you're not officially in the show. Let me see. Yikes. Type in our private chat if you want to join the show officially, and I'll join you on. If not, just let me know. I'm going to check our private chat just now. If you want to join the live stream with me to have a brief conversation, you can, but just let me know. I'm going to continue playing the video. And again, I'm just going to ask everybody to please respect what we have here going on. All right. Please respect what we have here going on. All right. For those of you, no, I'm not pinning the link. I'm just putting the link in the chat. If anybody's interested in joining the live stream, you can find the link. It's in the chat. I'm not going to pin the link. All right. What I pinned on the chat is support for our academy and support for Zion Lex TV. That's what we're going to pin. But for those of you who are interested in joining the live stream, the link to the live stream has been in the chat for the last 30 minutes consecutively. All right. So those of you who disagree, I would love to engage you and see why it is that you disagree. I'd love to have you join the big stage. All right. All right, Ro, I'm going to add you in, and you can share with me, what are your thoughts on the presentation, Give me a second. I'm going to switch the screen so that you and I are side by side. And give me a second to find it. There we go. Boom. All right. And allow me to get my camera roll. I'll be right back. I'm going to get my camera and I'm going to go live just like how you're live. So everyone just give me a couple of seconds. I'm going to hook up my camera and I'll be live with you guys. All right. Give me a couple of seconds. We'll do a quick commercial break. It'll give me time to set up my camera. Here we go.
Shalom and welcome to Zion Lex TV. Be sure to like the video, subscribe, and share the live stream. Become a member of Zion Lex TV and unlock several hidden features and hidden videos. Also, you can donate to Zion Lex TV at Cash App $Zion Lex or via PayPal at zionlex@gmail.com. We also have an online academy entitled Learn Torah Hebrew Academy. Visit us on patreon.com/learntorah. Our gold tier membership gives you unlimited access to our special event lectures and our special live movie nights. Our platinum tier gives you unlimited access to our Torah class, Kabbalah class, patriarchs and matriarchs of the covenant classes, as well as understanding the New Testament via the oral tradition class. Our diamond tier gives you unlimited access to all of the previous tiers, as well as our most sought-after class, our biblical Hebrew course. And finally, our highest tier, our Sapphire tier, gives you unlimited access to all previous tiers, as well as our highly esteemed rabbinical course. Be sure to sign up today and check your tier membership so as to ensure you're getting access to the classes you desire. Thank you for visiting us here at Zion Lex TV, and now back to our current live stream.
All right, Ro, I can hear you loud and clear. Shalom to you. How you doing?
Hey, Shalom. I'm well. I was really blessed by the presentation. This is my third time watching it. I was watching it live last night and watched it again this morning and now just now. I had a question, and I saw somebody else put the same question in the chat. So when the chat stalled, I was like, I'm gonna jump on this live. When I first came out of the church in 2007, I felt like Christianity kind of robbed me of knowing who the Messiah was, and I always assumed that folks in Judaism didn't recognize who we called Jesus or Christ because he was somebody that didn't keep Torah. So when you say that they hated him, I was wondering, did they hate Christ that was invented at Constantine or the actual Messiah, Yeshua?
It's a great question that you asked. Just allow me a couple of seconds to kind of focus, get my live stream in check. I literally had to change everything that we're doing right now just to be able to address you. I just want to make sure that everything is fine.
Well, I surely did not mean to interrupt you. I just,
No. You're absolutely fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. You're fine.
Yeah.
You're fine. Don't even worry about it. All right. So here's what I say. So your question, matter of fact, can you reiterate your question?
So when you say that the I mean, you're talking about the people of Judaism, of the Jewish tradition, that a lot of the elders hated Yeshua, was your word. And I was wondering, and I saw someone else in the chat asking the same question, did they hate Yeshua or did they hate the Christ that was born with the Constantine Creed?
Okay, so good question. So the rabbis of the oral tradition, they don't like Yeshua Christ, the person that is spoken of in the New Testament, not the later reinvention and innovation that's created by the Catholic Church circa the era of Constantine, right? Or the Nicene Creed. So rabbinic Jews have an issue with Yeshua because he does something that is a no-no, especially in the first century Common Era. He challenges the rabbinic authority, the status quo. And that's a huge no-no among Pharisee schools, right? To challenge those teachers like they're the ultimate authority. So they took great offense to the fact that he would disrupt their status quo. He would disrupt their seat of power, and he would dare to challenge their authority. And what he rightfully points out is that although they have the truth, they are hypocrites. Sometimes we, looking at the story, being so many generations removed, we lose sight of what's really happening here. When you look at Yeshua's conversation, his thinking, his thoughts about the Pharisees, he doesn't tell us that they are not wise. He does not tell us that they are fools. In fact, if you go to Matthew 23:2, does he not instruct his followers to follow everything that the Pharisees teach? All that they do shall you keep. Everything that they teach shall you do. All that they say, all that they do. But he says, but do not as they do, for they are hypocrites. I had read this years ago when I was just following the Tanakh and having no respect for the New Testament. At that time in my life, I had read this, and I don't think at that time I had properly understood it for what it's really saying. I had to think about now, being so many years removed, I had to think about now, what is a hypocrite? You can only call a person a hypocrite when they know what's right.
Right.
Yeshua doesn't accuse them of not having the knowledge. He knows that they have the knowledge. In fact, that's why he instructs his followers to follow everything that they teach. His issue is, like many in authority, you are hypocrites. You know what is right, you know what is true, and you still make the conscious decision to behave contrawise, otherwise. So that's what he condemns. By the way, unless you're reading the oral tradition, you wouldn't even know that rabbis are condemning other rabbis. It's written in the Gemara, in the oral tradition, that there are 7 types of rabbis. And 6 of those 7 types are describing people as completely wicked. So that means even among rabbinic teachings, they bear witness to there being hypocrites among them. People being fallacious and lawless among them, possessing knowledge but not acting on that knowledge, right? Professing to have the knowledge and awareness of Hashem, the creator, but not actually actualizing it in word and deed, right? So even in rabbinic law and teaching, they themselves are condemning rabbis, right? So that's a fact. So when Yeshua does it, maybe if you didn't read the oral tradition, you'd think that's an innovation. Yeshua was the only person that condemned rabbis. No, if you're familiar with the oral tradition, rabbis are being condemned all the time. But because people don't read the oral tradition, they wouldn't even know that. So I think that contextually understood, I can definitely tell you that the rabbis of the first century Common Era, their primary issue with Yeshua is that he makes himself greater than any rabbinic authority in their eyes, right? That's their perception, that in their eyes, here is a person that makes himself greater than any authority that they've had. And they don't like that because they don't perceive him as such, even though the New Testament gospel accounts makes it crystal clear that they weren't able to efficiently counter rebuttal the things that he said. So you see that the New Testament Gospels would tell us that the Pharisees came and they challenged him with this and they challenged him with that. And Yeshua will respond. The moment Yeshua responds, you'll always notice there's no response from the Pharisees. Mm-hmm. He shut them down, right? And so you can imagine that that's embarrassing. So they don't like this guy at all. And then he says things with such authority and independence from their body politic that they want to deem him a heretic. At one point, Yeshua says, I and the Father are one. Oh, blasphemy. Where's the stone? Forget the stone. Where's the rock? Where's the boulder that we're going to group pick up and bash him with, right? What do you mean I and the Father are one? Hello. Isn't that supposed to be the desire of every God-fearing man and woman? That we should be one with the Creator in word and deed? When Yeshua says, I and the Father are one, and tells people to follow him, he's using himself as a template for righteousness because that's what he exemplified. He says, I and the Father are one because that's the goal of Torah. The goal of Torah is to put us at one with the Creator in spirit, in word, and in deed. That's the goal. But so many people, especially in that era, had completely lost sight of what the very goal is, that here he is to pronounce it boldly, and they misinterpret it as blasphemy. When the reality is they have lost sight of the very goal of it all because they've become very comfortable with the accolades of being an authority, the riches of being seen as a rabbi, the respect value of carrying the title. They've become drunk with power. So as a result of that intoxicating power, they have lost sight of what the true goal is.
So I've always kind of had to laugh a little whenever Christians will talk about Jews in Judaism not having the Messiah, because Messianic is that's their concept. That's their thing. Like, it's kind of amazing that they missed him. Do you think they missed him because they were looking for a king and not a lamb? They were looking for the lion?
I think where the rabbis failed is that the rejection of Yeshua is primarily born out of ego and pride.
Pride.
Right? Remember, Isaiah 53 describes that there would be a messianic figure that would be despised and rejected by his own, right? And his knowledge would be greater than the sum total of them all. You know, in a religious setting, as much as people say that they're brotherly, they're sisterly, and they love everybody, let you surpass them in wisdom and knowledge and see how far that sentiment continues. You know, I've been practicing in a quote unquote religious community for now 32 years. And I can tell you that as much as people say that they are godly, and as much as people say that they follow the rule, instruction, and decree of the Almighty, the moment a person believes to themselves that you are surpassing them in some way, shape, or form, believe me when I tell you, you will watch them shapeshift right before your eyes. It will begin as envy. That envy may turn into hatred. And once that happens, the relationship is doomed. I'm going to pause you just for one moment, Ro, because we have someone else that joined us. And I'm going to remind everyone that when you join Zion Lex TV, the only rules that we have is that we're not cursing on Zion Lex TV, and that we also are able to show our faces. So, Yeshurun, I see that you're on, but you're going to need to show your actual face. There you go. So you can unmute your mic, introduce yourself, and voice what it is that you'd like to say.
Oh no, I was just came in like maybe a couple minutes late, and then I was just trying to catch up. I saw the link in the comments, so I just thought that's why I joined. I was actually in your class like 2 years ago for Teach Torah. I'm gonna rejoin, but I'm coming back into it right now. So
I know your voice sounds familiar, man.
yeah, I'm from Texas. I was in your class like
yeah. I think I was teasing you like, yeah, y'all in these down south accents, right?
Yeah.
Come up here and steal our New York women with your southern accents, right? Stay away from my daughters, goddammit.
Nah, it was good seeing you again, brother. I haven't really. I've been moving around and stuff like that. So now that I'm starting to get back settled, I'm getting back into it, and I do plan on re-enrolling into the classes and everything.
That's beautiful.
Trucking, all that. So it's been on life, just been lifing for me.
That's beautiful. I also want to point out that I see someone else is attempting to join the stage. Their name is Second Exodus. Second Exodus, I can't add you to the stage until we see your face. You have to show your face if you're going to appear on Zion Lex TV. Anybody can join Zion Lex TV, but you're not joining anonymously. We got to see your face. So if you're going to join, just make sure that we can see your face. If not, we'll talk in the comment section. Ro, it's back on you.
Hey, well, so what part of the South are you from? I was wondering about
I'm from Dallas, Texas. Cowboy.
Oh, okay. I'm in the Carolinas. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just joined the Torah. I'm excited about it. But back to what we were talking about. One of the things I would love to, since I had this opportunity to speak with you, You know, the Christians teach that the Jews killed Christ. Obviously, he had a following that loved him and was with him. Multitudes came out. He healed people everywhere. So when we talk about that, that would be the authorities. I mean, I know that crucifixion's a Roman thing and not a Israelite thing, but that's a false narrative that the Jews killed Christ, right?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
certainly a false
Just want to
narrative.
make sure.
Yeah, that's a deeply false narrative, because his style of execution is not our way of killing a person, right? The way in which he died on the cross, that wasn't our style of execution. Also, Rome would not empower a people by allowing them to practice death penalty among themselves.
Right.
So even the New Testament Gospels are very clear that while the rabbis are regarded as the ones who brought up the charge, they had to come before Rome to get it sanctioned. And Rome carried out the judgment. So we can't say that the Jews killed him. I think people can say it was inspired by the Jews. I think that would be accurate. I also think that would agree with the prophecies in the Bible that, the demise of this messianic figure would be at the hands of his own people, right? They would be in some way, liable, for this man's death. His death is on their hands.
But
right?
can we take it even a little further and just say the Pharisees, like a small sect of the Jews?
Yeah, you can say the Pharisees, right? Because they're certainly the body politic that's responsible for bringing the charge. I think you can certainly say that. But I think we have to be careful about our critique of the Pharisees, because the Pharisees are still respected by Yeshua. If he had no respect for them, he would not say in Matthew 23:2, the scribes and Pharisees sit upon the seat of Moses. Therefore, everything that they say to you, that shall you do. If they have no knowledge that can benefit the people, why would he command his followers to follow everything they say? And then I want us to really dig deep, because here's where things really get interesting. The Pharisees are the ones that give us what we call the oral tradition. In the era of Yeshua, they're already writing it. They're already transmitting it. If Yeshua is completely against the oral tradition, and the Pharisees are responsible for spreading and teaching it, why would he tell his followers to follow everything they say? You see how quick and easy that works?
But as somebody that's coming out of Christianity, more than just the oral tradition, I think that the Pharisees, well, Judaism in particular, has protected all the stories. Like, I've listened to some that are waking up trying to teach the word, and last week's Torah portion about Judah, they missed everything. The nuances and the treasures and that teaching about what it is to be a widow and how they take care of their widows that don't have children, and why the things that the sons of Judah were struck dead for. All of that was missed. If you're coming out of the Christian church and you haven't studied that way, you don't know that.
Right.
I feel like Christianity had the Messiah or an idea of the Messiah, and Judaism had the Torah.
Absolutely.
And I feel like a bridge is about to be stretched out between the two. That's what I think.
Oh yeah. And that should be the work of the leadership. The leadership should be able to bridge the gap between these different communities and ways of thinking. We did have some more people to join us on the chat. So I think in order of their appearance, we're gonna have Second Exodus, and then we're gonna have Yazoo or Yazo. I'm not sure how you're pronouncing it. I see Yod-Hey, Zion, Wav. So Second Exodus,
I've lost
and then
my volume.
there you go. So Second Exodus, and then Yazo. Please unmute your mics, introduce yourself, and go into what you wanted to say.
Everyone, my name is Second Exodus. I actually just graduated with my Master's of Divinity last weekend.
Excellent. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And I'm also, working in the military as a chaplain candidate. So
look at
that's
that.
my.
I'm also, working in the military.
For those of you who are live, just please mute your YouTube. If you guys have YouTube in the background, just please mute it. That way. Okay, Yazoo, you may have to mute your YouTube, and just keep your mic muted until it's your turn to speak. So, second Exodus,
I can't hear.
what brings you here?
The conversation between,
Yeah.
the interpretation of Yeshua or Jesus,
Uh-huh.
and I was kind of curious: are the same Pharisees that were living in Yeshua's time, are they the same Pharisees that passed down the oral traditions to those that are in the Caucasus and the Ukraine region during the 700s, 800s?
Absolutely. So the Pharisees that Yeshua encounters, they're they're the ones that are holding the teachings that later become Torah Sheval Peh, the oral Torah or the oral tradition. So the earliest oral tradition teachings that are being gathered from Rabbi Hillel, Rabbi Shammai, right? These are some of the oldest from the schools of Hillel and Shammai. Their teachings make their way into the Mishnah. So Yeshua is already quoting Hillel.
Yo,
You said you can't hear
your
me?
mic is
Nobody can hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I can't hear it. I mean, Lex,
Okay. Type
I'm
of
gonna
one.
exit out and come back.
Okay, no problem. Type of one, everybody, if you guys can hear me. I won't continue unless I could be heard. Type of one, everyone, if you can hear me. If you can't hear me, then type a two. But if I could be heard, type a one. Okay. Sounds like I could be heard. So here we go. So the teachings of the oral tradition are pretty much here in the era of Yeshua. Now, obviously, there will be many more oral traditions gathered after he leaves, because the Mishnah is not written until the era 200 Common Era. The Babylonian Talmud and the Palestinian Talmud don't come for another 100 and 200 years after that. So by the 300s, you have the Palestinian Talmud, and by the 400s and 500s, you have see a lot of people dropped out. By the 400s and 500s, you have let me just make sure I can add everybody. By the 400s and 500s, you have the Babylonian Talmud. So the Babylonian Talmud certainly carries just, thank you. Yeshua, and I'm just
I
gonna
can't
mute
hear.
them. Yeah. Can you can hear me or no? Okay. Second Exodus, can you hear me? Second Exodus, can you hear me? Yikes. Okay. Is there anyone here that can hear me? Can anyone hear me? Type of one if you guys can hear me. If you guys can't hear me, I'm gonna just go back to playing a video. I'm not sure what's happening. Okay, second Exodus, unmute your mic. Second Exodus, unmute your mic. Unmute your mic. Okay, I don't know what happened with him. So
I can hear you. I can
okay.
hear you, Zion.
All right, excellent. So I'm going to rejoin those of you who came out temporarily, and I'm going to have you introduce yourself, tell us who you are, and then go into what it is that you want to say. I want to first greet you by saying Shabbat Shalom.
Shalom, good brother. My name is Yazoo. I'm a Nazarene. I really enjoyed the presentation. You breaking down the Lashawan Qadash. I wanted to run an idea by you, in a sense, the way that we teach the sect of Afro-Asiatic languages that we deal with, because we kind of study all of them. Like what we've been able to do since Chat GPT has been like out and available or whatnot, is we've been able to look at all of the root words in Afro-Asiatic language and see the slight variations of those root words. I know you're familiar with this, you studying the language. Like we're seeing shalom, selim, eslim, and we're understanding the continental roots and the definitions being pretty much the same. So what we do as Nazarene, and the reason why I came up is I seen you had that in your presentation, and every time I tell somebody that I'm a Nazarene, they always think that I'm saying that I'm Nazarite or the Nazarite vow. And I seen that you had it up there. If you could go into that a little bit, so that the community can kind of understand this sect of believing in Torah that was around even before the Messiah manifested, and that whole prophecy about him being a branch of the stem of Jesse, and how that's the word Nazarene.
Right. So the Notzri is the branch in biblical Hebrew, but there's a sect that's referred to also as the branch. Scholars are arguing, debating on whether this sect pre-exists Yeshua, or it is that we see them contemporary with him, or certainly coming immediately after him. I'm out to lunch on how they may precede him. I see them as coming a little after him and certainly contemporary with him. I don't actually see evidence of a branch within the Judaic community that are being described as Notzri. I haven't been made aware of any citations that demonstrate that, but I can say linguistically, a Nazarite or a Nazri in Hebrew is a completely different root consonantal structure from Notzri, right? One is spelled with a Zion and the other is spelled with the Zadeh. And in biblical Hebrew, those are completely different consonants. So as a result, they yield completely different meanings. So we have to be careful sometimes. I'm speaking to the community now. When we have words that are similar sounding and we're making assumptions, when people see that Yeshua is called Yeshua HaNotzri, they say, see, I know he was a Nazarite. No, that's not the Notzri we're talking about. Notzri as in a branch, right? Jeremiah speaks of Zemak, right? That's a branch, Zemak. Isaiah speaks of Notzri, right? Those are two different branches, by the way. Those are two different theologies hidden within those two different words for the branch. I think that those two different words used for branch are actually descriptive of Mashiach ben Joseph and Mashiach ben David and their different roles. I actually have an entire lecture on it on my YouTube page that goes into the Hebrew word zemak that Jeremiah uses for branch and the Hebrew word notzri that Isaiah uses for branch. I show how the meanings of those words correlate perfectly with the function of Mashiach ben David and Mashiach ben Joseph. So for those of you who have yet to see that video, you can go back to my YouTube channel. But for you, good brother, I'm certainly aware of that linguistic difference. Absolutely.
Thank you for saying that to the people, because I'm on TikTok all the time. I'm a Nazarene. Oh, what is this? You don't drink wine? You got locks? They say this all the time, and I'm like, man, okay. People just don't know. Thanks for putting that out there so people can know.
Thank you. So in no certain order, you guys can go and you can flow, you can share. I've been live since 12. I wanted to stop at 3. But because you guys came in, I can go to about 3:40-ish, 3:45 tops. So,
I got a quick question for you.
Okay.
What I think now don't get mad at me. I thought I heard you say one time that the New Testament was like a horrible translation or something like that. What translation would you recommend that I like? What book I should say would be a better translation to look at him?
So if anyone has ever heard me say that the New Testament is a horrible translation, it would definitely depend on which volume of the New Testament you're reading, like which version. I don't really like any of the King James versions, whether it's new or old. I hate those. The versions of the New Testament that I enjoy are those that are following the Aramaic structure of the Gospels or the Hebraic structure of the Gospels, and then to be followed by the Greek Septuagint structure of the Gospels. So those are the ones that I can say I have more respect for. I can't say I trust, but I have more respect for their translation. When I'm studying the New Testament, I study it using the Hebrew. So there's a larger book that I had in the past tense. I no longer have it. I wish I could show you it. It's online as Hebrew New Testament interlinear, or interlinear Hebrew New Testament, which it shows you the Hebrew on one verse, and then right below it is the English in translation, and then you get the interlinear structure and definition. But the one that I have at the moment is also Hebrew English New Testament. It's really, really small. I'm not sure if you guys can see. I'm trying to put it right in front of my camera, right? And I'll even try to open the pages. So for those of you can see, so that's the New Testament in Hebrew. So whenever I study the New Testament, I'm always studying it in Hebrew. In fact, any religious text that I can study in Hebrew, I will study in Hebrew. So I even have a copy of the Quran, and that's entirely in Hebrew, right? So that helps me as a person that really, really reads Hebrew. It helps me to understand things better, to look at things in the Hebrew. I can definitely say that I've gained a greater degree of understanding of the Quran by reading it in Hebrew. I can certainly say that I understand it more. So yeah, the best way to approach understanding the New Testament is understanding the source from which it's being copied from. Scholars have a consensus thinking and agreement that, yes, the oldest manuscripts of the New Testament are Koine Greek, but the style and structure of them show that their writers are copying from an earlier Hebraic or Aramaic script. That becomes crystal clear because the language of the Greek Septuagint New Testament, so to speak, it captures elements of Aramaic, it captures elements of Hebrew, it captures Aramaic idiom, it captures Hebraic idiom. And what that tells literary linguistic scholars is that it was copied from an earlier Hebrew manuscript. And then we do have evidences that there were earlier Hebrew manuscripts. So we know for a fact that although the oldest, and I think that this is important when speaking academically, although the oldest extant or existent New Testament script or text is in Koine Greek, it doesn't take away from the fact that there's evidences that show that they were copied from an even older Hebrew and Aramaic source. And I think that second Exodus, having came out with his Masters of Divinity, I think that he can certainly speak towards that as well. Did you want to share anything?
I would agree with that. Even Flavius Josephus speaks about how his countrymen were not very fluent in the Greek language.
Come on.
And same thing with Paul. When he receives the vision of Yeshua, he speaks to him in the Hebrew tongue. So if Greek was that widespread among the Hebrews, and Paul being a bilingual in
Come
both
on.
Greek and Hebrew, wouldn't Yeshua just speak to Paul in the Greek language?
Come on. See how
So
simple that is?
yeah,
Yeah.
I got a question about that, Paul. Do you trust Paul?
Okay, so that's a hard question, although I have a solid answer. There was a time that I followed the status quo, and I thought Paul was a heretic because Paul seemingly takes us away from the law, right? In his infamous statements in Galatians, all who are circumcised, right? You are debtors of the law, right? And you're circumcised in the flesh, you're debtors of the law, and Christ can't redeem you, he can't save you, he can't free you, because by virtue and proxy of you being circumcised, you become a debtor of the law. You have to do the law. And of course, Christ frees us from the law. So me reading that outside of the sphere of even my own traditional expertise is what led me to think Paul was wrong. I do not feel that way anymore, and I haven't felt that way in almost a full decade. I know that Paul, and I'm going to upset someone by saying this, I know that Paul is the greatest apostle of them all. And there's a reason why his writings dominate the full volume of the New Testament. There's a reason that is. I think that when we look and assess a person's their knowledge base, that we should always see what are their sources, where did they learn from, and even who did they learn from. And here's where Paul's background and his bio profile becomes interesting. The New Testament makes it clear in the book of Acts, who was the teacher of Paul? Ramban Gamliel. I'm using the term of the oral tradition, Ramban Gamliel, but in the New Testament, it clearly says he learned from Gamliel. That was his teacher. Well, if your knowledge of the New Testament is basically just New Testament and Old Testament, and you've never really delved deeply into the oral tradition, then you may not know what that means or what that implicates. But anybody who studies the oral tradition, you had to stop and pause. By the way, rabbis hate when they hear that Gamliel was Paul's teacher. Why do rabbis hate that? Because in Gamliel's era, he was the greatest rabbinic authority alive. He was the Nasi of the Sanhedrin. He ran the Sanhedrin. He later loses the post. He's voted out, not because of immorality, but because of envy. But he's the greatest of the rabbis of his era, and that's who Paul learned from. And let me also tell you something that is taught in the oral tradition. In order to become a student of the Nasi, or the chief rabbi, the chief rabbinate, is 1,000 people that audition for that job, and he only selects one. Paul beat 999 of the greatest rabbis of his era just to be the student of Gamliel. Do you know what that says about Paul's knowledge of Torah? Because all of those men were masters of Torah, and Paul was chosen. So Gamliel is said in the New Testament to be a doctor of the law. That's what they call him, not me. I wish I could say it. I could probably say it better. But he's called the doctor of the law. Why is he called the doctor of the law? Because that's a title within Pharisaic teaching for someone that has mastered the full corpus of both the written Torah and what the oral tradition calls the oral Torah. And he mastered both. And then he takes on a disciple. That disciple is Paul. So if you're reading Paul outside of the lens of knowing what the oral tradition says, then yeah, Paul is a heretic. But if you understand what's being taught in the oral tradition, and then you go back and you read the words of Paul, you said, wait a god darn minute. Paul is not doing anything new. Paul is surely not trying to take us away from the Torah. Paul is so advanced that the audience he's speaking to, in part, has completely lost what he's actually conveying. In other words, when ignorance is so widespread, when a person comes with words of wisdom, the words of wisdom is seen as fiction. We live in an era today where wrong is right and right is wrong. So when someone comes to say what's right, what do you mean she should put on clothes and not go outside naked? Who are you? The wise man and woman today is considered strange because we dare to represent the idea of God in this world. So we are perceived by the masses of people in the world as strange, as weird. What do you mean you don't party on Friday night? What is wrong with you? Are you in a cult? Yeah, I'm in a cult. By its definition, I am extreme in my service of the Almighty God. So you're right. If a cult by definition is descriptive of extreme allegiance to an idea, person, or thing, then in that respect, I am in a cult because I am an extreme allegiance to the idea of God, the will of God, and the Torah of God. But it's not my show when people join in, so I want to hear from you guys.
Zion, I want to speak to that too. When you brought up reading the New Testament in the Afro-Asiatic languages like Aramaic and Hebrew is extremely important because a lot of people have turned from the Brit Kadashah or the New Testament because of how it's worded in English. A lot of times when you're reading Paul's writings in English, they misquote him saying things like, oh, the law is gone. But he's not saying the law is gone. He's actually saying the old covenant is what we're out of. So English doesn't distinguish all the time the difference between those words. But when you look at it in the Afro-Asiatic text, whether Hebrew or Aramaic, you will see that clear distinction of word. And it's a lot of this going on with the English New Testament. So you would think that you're against Paul, but you're really not against Paul. You're actually against the English translators who, in a sense, get it wrong on how they translate it. Peace.
Excellent point. If I could fire back with just a little bit of insight as well, I'd say this. My expertise, if I have expertise at all, is in understanding how Hebrew works mechanically, biblical Hebrew. It's in understanding how Aramaic works mechanically. It's understanding our history, it's understanding our culture, and it's understanding our tradition, our oral traditions. You know, so many people have a problem here in oral tradition because there are passages in the Bible where Yeshua condemns what's called the traditions of man. So based on that very general statement, people say, oh, we shouldn't have any tradition. That's ludicrous, because the way that the Bible was preserved is through oral tradition. Moses is the one that is credited in the Bible as writing the Torah, but the actual writing of it doesn't take place until hundreds of years after his death. Many of the prophets that we're reading about in the Bible, we don't actually come into tangibility with their writings. We're not holding their writings until hundreds of years after these people have long been died already. The New Testament writings is unique in that respect, because the New Testament is written in an era pretty much contemporary with the people being spoken of.
Mm-hmm.
So you already have New Testament writings circulating within 10 to 15 years of someone's death. Whereas with the Old Testament, you might not have the actual book of Joshua until 300-400 years after Joshua. So I do textual criticism. I do rigorous study of biblical history and biblical writings. And it's only when you delve deeply in that area that you begin to uncover and unveil and see there's more to this than what we're seeing or looking at the surface level. Instead of making broad statements and taking one wide brush and painting an entire image and then losing intricacies, I think some of us should humble ourselves, discipline ourselves, and commit to a more rigorous form of academic study, because that's where it's at. There's really no formal study in the Israelite community, because people are admitting online that they learn from YouTube. People are admitting online that their main way of getting information is social media, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. All of these people are also admitting they're not reading books. They're not sitting down with scholars. They haven't learned formally how to deal with and comb through scholarly information and citation. How is an argument formed? How is an argument put together and dismantled? What is the minimalist view? What is the maximalist view? How do we perform textual criticism? What is textual criticism? What is biblical Hebrew from post-rabbinic Hebrew or Aramaic? Most people wouldn't have a clue when we start to go in that rabbit hole, and yet still go publicly and say, I'm a teacher. To which I say, how? You don't even possess an iota of what it takes to be called a teacher's assistant, much less a teacher. I yield to you, brothers and sisters. Roll.
I wanted to just, first thing, as far as Paul goes, I like the idea of fighting Paul with Paul. You know, he contradicts himself way too much. There has to be some misunderstanding on my part. You know, I was I know that NIV is not a Bible that anybody that studies would even think about using, but it's interesting to note that they're actually starting to now take they're actually putting words in now in parentheses. So he did away with the law, that kind of thing. So this is, you know, he's continuing the cover up is trying to get worse. But
yeah.
I like, you know, his actions showed that he definitely was a righteous man, and so I like the idea of fighting Paul with Paul. But I did want to ask about, I don't want to put you on the spot, but this David Stern, are you familiar with David Stern's The Complete Jewish Bible?
The
The publishing company is,
hold on one moment. The Complete Jewish Bible. I'm
it's
not
Hendrick.
sure. I'm not sure if there's more than one version of that, but let's see. Okay. I have the Complete Jewish Study Bible.
Okay, make it Jewish publishers.
It says Hendrickson Publishers.
Bibles. Okay, yes.
Yes.
Okay. I have that, and I have the commentary, and I've been using it, and I just wanted to know if I need to put it away.
Oh no, it's an amazing book. Yeah, I use it. I study the New Testament with that alongside a Hebrew New Testament, a Hebrew English translation. So when I study the New Testament, I'm primarily looking at historical writings of Josephus. I'm even looking at historical citations from Philo, I'm looking at the Complete Jewish Study Bible, which I think is key because it's based on the Aramaic and Hebrew earlier copies that exist, which helps us to really understand what's being said. There's a reason why there's a saying, things become lost in translation. The Greek is not helpful. The Greek is absolutely helpful. The Greek helps us to settle certain arguments. Like there's a conversation existing right now, ensuing right now, that I'm a part of, and that's how we pronounce the name of the Messiah. And the vast majority of the One West Israelite community leaders and followers, they're saying Yahawashai, right? So they're speaking Japanese now.
Yeah.
And so, because with all due respect, that's not Hebrew. So they're speaking Japanese now, right? So that argument is settled if you just look at the Greek versions of the New Testament, because his name is transliterated as Iusus. And they're doing that transliteration Iusus because they're translating it from Yeshua. And that's just basic knowledge, right? So, I mean, people are picking and choosing what they want to accept. If the Messiah spoke Aramaic and Hebrew, but the dominant language he spoke is Aramaic, and that's the language his mother named him, then I'm sorry, I'm going to call him his Aramaic name. I'm not going to say because ultimately he's of a Hebrew speaking people that I'm going to convert his Aramaic name back to Hebrew because I'm more. No, that's not how it works. Right? That's not his name, right? We in the Israelite community, there are conversations happening that really shouldn't happen because they just take us away from, in my opinion, more meaningful dialogues that can forward, press our movement into a different space, theologically and ideologically speaking, right? Yahusha is not even grammatically correct as a pronunciation. You're trying to say Yehoshua. Right, that's the Hebrew. Yehoshua, that's the Hebrew. Then there is a Aramaic rendition, which is Yeshua. Right, but when you start saying Yahusha, you made that up. When you start saying Yahawashai, enjoy your studies in Japan.
Zion, this is interesting because I'm half and half on this. And it's based off of the Masoretes making an error on Joshua's name one time. And I pretty much call him Yahu Shai. And you can find this mistake in the Masoretic text. You would have to like put it in Blue Letter Bible. Yud, Hey, you all call it Vav. I call it U. And then Sheen, Ayin. And you'll find that mistake in the Masoretic text where they spell Joshua's name that way. I think that that's the actual name of Yahusha, because the other prophets who pretty much kind of have the same name, like Hosea and Isaiah, it kind of pronounces around those words. I believe Isaiah is it Yeshaya, and I think Hosea is Hushai. You understand? And so Hosea's name is very close to it, just doesn't have the Yud at the beginning. But look into that though.
Well, I can effectually say that from a place of grammar, Husha wouldn't be grammatically correct in biblical Hebrew. You can say Shua, you can say Hoshua, you can even say Hoshea. Like before Joshua is called Yehoshua, he's known as Hoshea, the son of Nun. Moses changes his name to Yehoshua, but originally the Bible records his name as Hoshea. As far as Masoretic errors in spelling, I want to say I don't often do this, but I have what some people could call the teacher's Bible. Like when we were in school,
the one with the answers,
the math book that the teacher handed out to class and the math book that the teacher had is actually different. The teacher's own is bigger and it got all the answers. So this would be the teacher's manual of biblical Hebrew. It's called Biblia Hebraica Stuttgartensia. It contains all of the Masoretic scribal notations for where there are errors. So the first question I'm going to ask you is, where is that error noted so that we can fact check it live?
I don't remember the actual number, But if you put it in Blue Letter Bible and you spell it the way that I just did.
Could you pause one moment? Are you able to do that live for us? Could you find it and then tell me?
I'm on my phone on StreamYard. If I was on my computer, I could.
You could come out. You could come out. I would love to see it because I have in Biblia Hebraica Stuttgartensia, it has the scribal notations for where there are errors, right? And this is also why I love the Masoretic tradition, because the Masoretes don't say that their work is perfect. They're so they're so transparent about their transmission of this text that they actually list where there are possible errors or where there are possible discrepancies. So I actually have the book that lists where all the errors and discrepancies are. So now I'm asking you, could you come offline for a moment, find that for us? Let's look at it let's look at it together.
Yeah, let me find.
All right. I'd love to look at that. Look at that. Come on.
So
Come on.
while we're
Look
waiting,
at that.
can I
What book is that, brother?
Put it up to the screen, brother. Let's connect. Biblia Hebraica Stuttgartensia. Come on. He said he had his master's in divinity. You're not telling me you're studying biblical Hebrew seriously and you don't have the teacher's manual. Now watch everybody go get it after this live and say, I got it too. All right.
I want to talk about a bar you dropped like a long time ago. It like blew my mind. You said, let me get this right. It was a long time ago you said this. You said,
Testing. You still there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, brother. Continue.
Exodus 17:10. You'll see the spelling of pretty much Yahushai.
You said what?
Exodus 17:10.
Exodus 17:10.
Yeah, you'll see that spelling. It'll be Yud Hey Vav Shin Ayin. Whereas in the other places where it's spelling Joshua's name, it will have the extra Vav in there.
What book was that? Exodus what now?
17:10.
Okay, now I'm looking at it. Now I want to hear what you're saying. Explain to me.
That's Yahushai, as opposed to the traditional way that they spell it. They have an extra Vav. The traditional way that they spell it is Yud Hey Vav Shin Vav Ayin. But here, I think they made a mistake and they put the pronunciation of how I say Jesus' name, Yahushai.
So just so you know, that's not a mistake. That's very common for the scribes of the Masoretic tradition. They add, instead of the shuruk, which is the vowel letter wav that would give us the u sound between what you're calling the shin and the ayin.
Yeah.
They supplant that with the 3 diagonal dots, which is called kubuts. Kubuts are those 3. Matter of fact, let's do this live. I'm going to share my screen so that the community can see what we're talking about. We'll use this as a teaching moment. I think what you brought up is excellent. I think you're making a great point. And let's see if we can attempt to fact check this live and understand what we're looking at. This is not a battle of the wits. This is not a got you moment, but we are sharing information among brothers to come to an understanding as a unit. So I have 17 and 10 on my screen. There we go. All right. I'm going to share it right now. And give me a second. One of you might have your YouTube on in the background. I'm going to ask you to lower it because it's coming through. So for any of you that's actually on the YouTube live stream, could you please for a moment just temporarily thank you. All right. So you can literally see that I am in. Matter of fact, let me blow it up a little bit more. And I want you to state what you said first, and then I'd like to add something after you state that, and then we could have a conversation if it's needed.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
Read for us verse 10, and then explain to us what you're talking about.
Yeah, right here. So the beginning of it is I pronounce it Uyeshai, which is and do make, and then you have Yahushai as I pronounce it, which will be the second word. spelled Yud Hey Vav Shin Ayin. Usually when you see Joshua's name,
Hold on,
spelled,
hold on one moment. I want to understand something for a moment. So if you don't mind,
Mhm.
let me do something for a moment. I'm trying to understand something. So I'm going to just repeat this one more time, if we can. Can you read verse 10 for us in
Sure.
completeness,
Um,
and then I
yeah.
want
So
you to come back to the word in question.
yeah. So I'm going to read this in the dialect that I study. You know what I mean? I don't deal with the Masoretic dialect. I study all Afro-Asiatic languages. So I confirm these words according to other languages as well, like Ugaritic and Akkadian. Some of these words that are here, you can find there as well. So I
Mhm.
don't just predominate to say, well, Aish is just what Hebrew says that it is. I look at
Okay.
older languages to confirm those things. So I
Okay.
don't, in a sense, want to confuse the people. I could just read it out, but it would only bring confusion if you all use a different
No,
dialect.
I don't think it would be confusion. I think you would be bringing enlightenment because you'd be introducing an element that's foreign to most, and that becomes a learning moment.
Okay, cool. So we have Uye Aish, Yahusha, Kiashar, Amar, Leu, Moshe, it's a little low, Le Hal Kim. I think that's what it is. And then we have Be Ale Kwa, U Moshe, Aharon, U, I can't really see it. Is that a Zion in the middle of that, or is that Chor?
That's the
Chor.
vowel shuruk.
Yeah, okay. So Uchor, Ilu, Rosh, Hey, Baye.
Okay, so yeah, there's definitely a lot of pronunciation differences that I'm really seeing. There's a very, for me, clear reason why I asked you to do that, because I just want to understand where you're coming from in terms of your understanding of the language. I think I have a little grip of that by hearing you. I'm also considering the point that you made, that you're not just looking at any one pronunciation. You're taking the sum total of them, looking at all of Afro-Asiatic languages. So now let's look at the word in question. And can
Indeed.
you again pronounce the word and then explain to us the point that you were making? And by the way,
Yes,
this is the word, everyone.
indeed. So this is a Yahushai, um, which in a sense is saying Yah whom regards. I know a lot of people think that Shai means salvation or save. I don't believe that at all. This actually means Yah whom regards. So this is Yahushai. Other derivatives of this name is like Isaiah or Hosea. And when you pronounce those words, Yeshaya, you can clearly hear the shy within that. If you pull one of those up, you will see that as well. So I believe that this is Yahushai, not Yeshua, or the original spelling of how they usually translate this word with an extra vav in the middle of that sheen and ayin, which is Yahushua, which I don't believe in pronouncing the ayin as a ah sound at all.
So when you pronounce the, all right, are you pronouncing the consonant as I, or are you pronouncing the vowel as I?
So in a sense, the ayin pronounces as, if I was to transliterate that in English, the best way for a person to read it would be like A and then the letter I. So in a sense, AI. Because if I just say I, then a person won't necessarily know. You know what I mean? So it's saying Yahoo shy, as if I'm shy or Chicago, but it's technically SHAI.
Okay. Do you use the old class vowels when reading biblical Hebrew? Because I noticed that you said Moshe.
Yes. So in a sense, I say Moshe just because that's usually how people, in a sense, say it. So wherever, in a sense, I see congruency within the other Afro-Asiatic languages, I'll just use that. Especially if it's like a unique word, like somebody's name or whatever the case may be. There's no reason to, in a sense, use other derivatives of it.
Let me ask you a question. Are you let me use my choice of words carefully. I don't want to sound like I'm taking away from anything that you may possess.
Mhm.
Uh, are you aware of what this kibbutz is called? What it's actually described as?
No, I don't believe in the Nakul system or any of that at all.
You don't believe, when you say you don't believe in the Nakud system, could you clarify what you mean by that statement?
The other Afro-Asiatic languages don't have a Nakud system.
Right. They don't have a dotting and marking, but we do have Nekudot. We do have vowels. The language clearly has vowels.
I believe in vowels. That's why I said shy.
So
That's
I think,
obviously vowels there.
so I think the clearest statement is you don't agree with the Tiberian vocalization system as expressed by the Masoretes, right?
No, I agree with every vocalization system. You understand? It's just that if you put those dots there, and if I read another text that's Afro-Asiatic that doesn't have those dots there, it's not going to change, in a sense, the word, like from an Afro-Asiatic standpoint. It would still all mean the same thing. And I see that they pronounce things slightly different, so it doesn't really matter, in a sense, how you pronounce them.
I would differ with that. I think that the grammar dictates vocalization, right? The grammar requires vocalization, right? When we switch grammar, we switch meaning. Excuse me, when we switch vocalization, we change meaning. So in English, I say tomato, you say tomato. To be brutally honest, it doesn't care. It doesn't matter which one we're saying, because in English, there is no word tomato that's different from tomato. So yes, in English, pronunciation doesn't matter, but Hebrew it does, because Moshe, matter of fact, let me ask you this question, right? Based on the pronunciation, and I'll do it in a way that I'm going to ask you a question in a way that I think is brilliant, and I want you to follow me on this. It'll really get me to capture where you're at in grammar.
Mm-hmm.
What does the name Moses mean in Hebrew as you understand Hebrew? What does it mean?
So Mosh, in a sense, is saying like to draw, right? If I say Moshe, I know Mo is like a beginning to a lot of Afro-Asiatic words, which is saying of whom. I think that the Masoretes, or whoever wrote this text, when they put the hey at the end of his name, it's a derivative of saying lifting. So it looks like it's saying of lifting. But like I was saying to you before, other people pronounce it differently. So then that's why I don't necessarily, I can't necessarily just say, oh, it's of lifting, and another one say, well, it's the drawing out. It's like, okay, whatever. It doesn't really make me a difference. I get the idea of it. So here's something that, in a sense, you probably need to know about me. So like, I take
hold on one moment. Just to be clear on your definition, right? What is the definition of the name Moses as you understand Hebrew? What is the clear definition?
Draw out or lift up.
Draw out or lift up. So so what biblical Hebrew verb stem is that?
Yeah, I don't believe in a sense verb stems either. That's what I was going to get into. So I believe that all of the words, in a sense, are prophetic. This is the part that I was going to just tell you. I believe that the hieroglyphics of the words, in a sense, confirms what the words are when you flip them forwards and backwards.
Okay, so when you say you don't believe in the grammar, I would
I don't believe in. I'm not saying that I don't believe in the grammar. Obviously, if I'm saying uyi aish, I'm saying and do work. That's a form of grammar. It's probably not the form of grammar that you use. You understand?
Okay, so in any way in which you understand Hebrew grammar to work, when you say the name of Moses in Hebrew, what part of grammar is lending to its meaning? What part of grammar is lending to its meaning?
It depends on which way I break it down. So I can break down the word the two different ways that I was telling you.
I just wanted you to do it to give us the meaning of Moses' name.
I got you. So Mo or Mu in any Afro-Asiatic language is saying of. Like if I say Mu Salim, or if I say Mu Amar, I'm saying of. Then Shay means to lift. You understand? So there you go. There's a one for you right there.
I'm going to disagree with that.
Okay, cool.
I disagree with that for a number of reasons. Let me stop sharing my screen for a moment. The letter mem certainly can mean of, from, right? It can certainly yield those meanings and some, but that's when it's a prefix and not part of the root. The root name is triconsonantal for Moses. It's mem, shin, hey. What you just did is you defined the name based on a prefix. You treated the mem as a prefix. You said of. Mem
Yes.
certainly as a prefix means of, but it's not behaving here as a prefix. Here it is part of the triconsonantal root mem shin he, which in the kal stem literally means to draw out.
Yeah. So I don't believe in consonantal roots either. I don't believe in 3-letter roots. I believe in 2-letter roots.
Okay, so when you say that,
Mhm.
can you point us live, right? Something that we can look at right now. Can you point us toward an academic source that says that?
No.
So then when you say you believe it, what is the belief based on?
On me proving it. So like in a sense, if I say to you Adam, right? What's the root of Adam?
The root of Adam is Aleph, Dalet, Mem.
Okay. So I'm saying to you that the root of Adam is blood. I'm saying that Dam is the root of the word. I'm saying that the Aleph is saying relative blood. This is how his name actually breaks down. These 2-letter roots are shown in a 1111 matrix in Afro-Asiatic language. So you
Okay.
can see. Go
So
ahead.
I'm aware that Dam in Adam means blood. So what about the Aleph? What does that mean?
Relativity, relative, family member. So if you look up Aleph through Torah, you can find it as family.
Where in the Torah is the letter Aleph meaning family?
I will have to jump off to show you that again, but I can do it though.
I would love for you to show it. I don't see anywhere in any Hebrew dictionary.
I'm going to show it to you. You ain't got to say that.
Or in the Torah where the word Aleph means family.
I'm going to show you.
I can say that for a fact. I know that
Zion, don't put yourself out there like that. I'm going to show it to you, okay?
Hold on, good brother. with all due respect, when we having a conversation on language and you don't have citations, I could have easily said the same thing to you. Don't put yourself out there. So I'm trying to be humble.
Jimmy, I don't have it. I'm going to get it.
I'm trying to be humble when I'm speaking to you, good brother. I could do the conversation a different way, but I'm actually trying to be humble with you. That's why I'm asking you, do you have citations that agree with what you're saying? What scholar, excuse me?
The Bible.
Okay. So, all right. So let me move forward, and let me just say this. This is the problem with the Israelite community today. I believe I'm right. Do you have any scholarly sources? No. What is your evidence based on? What I believe. This is why the Israelite community is a laughing stock. And then at that, there's not even enough humility to have a conversation without at some point realizing that you're not making sense. So rather than, hit back, just listen to what people are saying. He actually going to tell me, brother Zion Lex, don't do that to yourself. I have patience, guys. I really do. I have patience, but I have patience to a certain degree, man. I really do. I want to say that I have patience to a certain degree. That brother doesn't have a clue about what he's talking about. He is absolutely wrong. He's as wrong as what my teacher said, putting 2 left shoes on your right foot. And those things happen when we become an island. We think we know it all. We study in a box, and we're unwilling to learn from others. I gave the brother enough opportunity to tell us from where he's getting these ideas. I believe. Okay, from my understanding, belief in bulk is based on something that's evidentiary. And then at some point is also based on what you uniquely think, right? So there's some evidence, and then there's what I uniquely think. And from that, I'm able to form what I believe. So belief is in part based on some evidence, but not enough evidence to establish what a person calls fact, and then my thinking about all of this that I have. So I asked him simply, if what you're saying, is accurate and true. And by the way, those who read Hebrew, you can tell he don't read Hebrew. He butchered every word in that reading. And I'm just being nice, just letting him. Wayaash, Yehoshuai, Ka. Brother ain't even reading the language correctly. Not even saying the letters properly. I mean, just completely abusing it. Then I asked him simple grammar questions, right? I asked him simple grammar questions. I said, the name Moses, grammatically speaking, based on how it's pronounced, based on how it's spelled, what does it mean? He took me over the river and through the woods to basically say he doesn't accept grammar and the name means to draw out. So I want to tell you guys that that's not what Moses' name means. Moses' name, as we have it in the Hebrew Bible, is Moshe. Moshe is based on Masha. Masha is the kal stem root from which all Hebrew words begin, the kal stem root. The kal stem is its basic simple form, and it's saying to draw out. Moses' name in Hebrew means more than to draw out. Moses' name is describing someone who is drawing out, because that's what Moses ultimately does. He leads us out of Egypt. He draws us out. So we don't call him Masha because he was drawn from water. We call him Moshe because we understand that he drew us out of Egypt. So we use what's called the participle, the verbal adjective. In order to get the verbal adjective in Hebrew, you need the O-eh, which is typical of using a verbal adjective. Now we're saying that he drew us out of Egypt. So we say his name is Moshe. When you call him Masha, yes, it means to draw out, but we're using the active participle. We're saying that Moses drew us out. That's what we're saying. This is the one who will at some future point do the drawing out. That's what the name Moshe means. By the way, that's a simple grammar question. I wasn't even being technical. So I'm going to end that discussion there. And I'm just going to say to you guys, there's a reason why everyone shouldn't have a microphone and a platform, because a lot of these people lack humility. They pick up a little Hebrew, they read some Bible, and then now they're teachers. Until you start to rigorously question them, and you immediately find out you're not a teacher. You have promise, but you're not a teacher. You can't tell me what the Hebrew language is saying, and you tell me you don't study grammar and you don't believe in the grammar. You study every Afro-Asiatic language, but you haven't studied the grammar. So how are you understanding Afro-Asiatic languages when you're not looking at the skeleton, the body, or the soul within those languages? So, Ro, the closing words are on you, and then we're done.
Okay, well, for closing words, I'm going to say that I looked up Exodus 17:10 in the Stone Edition, Shamash, in my Complete Jewish, in my King James, in my Sefer, and I got three different pronunciations, three different writings. So when he said he was going to, bottom line is, I'm going to join the Hebrew class.
All right. Excellent. Excellent. I look forward to you joining our Hebrew
Let's
class.
just leave it there.
I absolutely look forward to you joining the Hebrew class. I look forward to hearing what you have to say, what you have to share. I try my best to be patient with people in general. I try my best to be patient with our people. And because I'm human, because I'm a man, my patience may run out, or may become spent. The Creator is long suffering. The Creator is all merciful. And as man, we try to strive to be like the Creator. So at all times, I'm trying to understand my brothers, even when I can clearly hear that they're in clear error. From the moment the brother started to speak of the language, I automatically knew that he did not learn the language. And sometimes people think that because they can read a sentence in Hebrew, it means that they know the language. And I always tell people, if you introduce someone that never read English and you start to teach them for a month or two the English alphabet, within a month or two, they're reading. The question now is, how well are they understanding what they're reading? can I now bring before to them a Harvard academic paper and they can break down the intricacies of what's happening in that conversation or that dialogue? And the answer is an absolute not. They will miss a lot of things because all they learn how to do is read. So in this Israelite community, people think because they learn what the sounds of the alphabetic consonants make, that now they're able to read. So that's why you guys saw that, I don't want to say the setup, but the way in which I orchestrated what he did was very keen and very decisive on my part, because him just saying the language will tell me where he's at in the language. If you notice, he didn't want to pronounce it. He just wanted to go straight to the word. I forced him to pronounce the sentence so I could see for myself where he's at. He butchered the whole sentence. He did not read it correctly. That automatically told me that there's something wrong with what he's doing. But if you notice, I didn't hold it against him publicly. I was willing to still keep his shame because that's my brother. I could disagree with my brothers, but that's our brother, right? So I'm always worried about the shame of my brother. So I don't want to shame him publicly. But it was when he began to say, Zion, don't do it to yourself, that I had to gracefully bow out. What I'm not going to do is argue and cuss at people. That's not of my cloth. And I don't want to be in a position where I really have to embarrass him. So I'd rather lower him and take him off the stage, and then we continue. If he'd like to continue in what he believes, he's absolutely entitled to it, right? We have a brain. We're all entitled to what we believe. But for those who would like to enter scholarship and academia and to really unpack this word, then we have to develop enough discipline to be humble in the face of those who have clearly studied more than we have. Right. So
I want to say I'm a 17-year math and Spanish teacher, and I watched the whole thing. I knew exactly what you were doing, and I, I think you have knowledge that he needs, and he was given the opportunity, and that's really all you can do.
That's really all you can do. It's really all you can do. Learning should never be a gotcha moment. We're not trying to show people up on a YouTube live stream. Where does that benefit the community? When we have videos online that we're showing people up, where does that benefit the community? It doesn't benefit the growth of our community. That's why I think that most disagreements should be held, for the most part, behind closed doors, for the sake of the shame of the community. Other stronger communities, faith-based, their disagreements mostly happen behind closed doors. When's the last time you turned on YouTube and seen Rabbi so-and-so condemning Rabbi so-and-so? Right. It exists, but it is certainly not as rampant as it exists in this community.
Well, I have a real heart issue. I mean, I have an insight that I would love to share with you. I don't want to share it recorded, but just as a teacher in the South, and if you ever get time for that, maybe we can have that conversation.
I would love to. You could bring it up in class, or maybe perhaps you can join the very next live stream that I do.
Yeah,
I'm always open to doing that. And I can't wait for you to enter the class, because as a Spanish teacher, I definitely like to hear from you more about the grammar in Spanish, because I've done some studying with people who speak Spanish as Puerto Rican speakers of Spanish, as Dominican speakers of Spanish, as Ecuadorian speakers of Spanish. And I've come to see for myself that there's a measure of Hebrew grammar that exists there. And so I can't wait to have you in the class so that we can explore that road and that avenue together.
And I was real excited to learn that the structure of the language, the way that they structured the sentences in the translation to the English, actually leads to whether or not it was written in Hebrew or Greek.
Absolutely.
I love that kind of stuff. And I'm excited. I haven't joined the Hebrew yet, but I am in the Torah study, and I look forward to, like I said, I look forward to learning and unlearning.
Absolutely.
Because in this age, that's where we all are. If you don't understand or you have something to unlearn, you've missed the mark. Because, I think about the Passover and how, he's so direct in his instruction. You tell your children this is why we do this. This is, nobody got to grow up in this. Nobody got to grow up in the truth. And everybody's playing catch up.
That's right. That's right. So so thank you very
Okay,
much, Ro.
thanks.
I can't wait to
Sir,
see you.
this just made my Sabbath. You have no idea.
Nice. I can't
Thanks.
wait to see you in class. And until then, take care. All right.
Okay, shalom.
All right. Shalom. All right, everyone. We're gonna close out by looking at the very passage that that individual was trying to show us, because I would still like to teach Torah, right? And so what he attempted to say is that the Masoretic scribes made a mistake. They made a mistake because this should be pronounced Yahu Shai. And he said the Masoretes normally put a wav between the shin and the ayin. So clearly he's not used to reading biblical Hebrew, because the Masoretes do not do that. The Masoretes spell this name consistently broken, or what's called defective. This vowel pattern, these three dots that are diagonal, it's called kubutz. Kubutz. That's Kubutz. Kubutz. It's what's called the defective spelling of this vowel, shuruk. This vowel shuruk is having a dot in the middle of the letter, and the vowel kolam has a dot on the top. They both use the letter wav. So the letter wav could be used to make the O sound by taking the dot and placing it above the letter. Or the letter wav can be made to make the U sound by taking the dot and putting it in the middle of the letter. But at times, the Masoretic scribes spell these vowel letters defectively. So the defective spelling of the kolam is a dot to the slight left of a Hebrew letter. So on top of the name Moshe, you see the defective spelling of the kolam. That's the dot that's slightly to the left. In the name Yehoshua, the defective spelling of this vowel, shuruk, its defective spelling is a kubutz, those three dots. Clearly, he didn't learn that. There's no error here. The Masoretes sometimes spell words defectively. They omit a letter, or they may add a letter. Why are they doing that? The Torah is an encoded book. Every single chapter has to have a very specific amount of letters and words. There's a reason why the scribes are called seferim, or soferim, excuse me. There's a reason why the scribes are called soferim. It's based on the Hebrew word safar, which means to count, which means to number. Every single chapter in the Hebrew Bible has a very specific amount of letters and words. What am I saying? When you read Exodus 20, that gives us the 10 commandments. Those 10 commandments are from verse 1 to verse 14. That verse in biblical Hebrew has exactly 613 letters. The passage of the 10 commandments has exactly 613 letters. When you omit the last 7 letters, which are asher le re'eka, anything that is thy neighbor's, coming from the very last commandment. Why can that be omitted? Because the commandment is very general. Thou shalt not covet. The very last sentence and phrase is asher le re'echa, anything that is thy neighbor's. So what does that mean? If I'm out in the world, I can covet the wife of a stranger or a foreigner? Far be it. God is not wicked. If I'm in Japan, can I look at a Japanese woman and covet her? Because after all, it says, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor, right? No. The command is very general, thou shalt not covet. But the Creator is speaking to Israel. So when he's speaking to Israel, as the Bible makes it clear, he only revealed his law to us. He makes it very personable. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. So when God says to Israel, you shall not murder, does that mean it's okay for the nations? Clearly not. When God says to Israel, you shall not commit adultery, does that mean it's okay for the nations? Absolutely not. So we have to have enough common sense to understand the voice in the Bible. God speaks directly to us in the Torah, so the language is very personable. So he says, you shall not covet anything that is thy neighbor's. But if you omit those 7 letters, asher lere'eka, anything that is thy neighbor's, which you can, because the commandment is not to covet. But because he's speaking to us, he makes it personable. So because of that feature, I can omit the last 7 letters. When I do so, I have exactly 613 letters. The Masoretes consistently spell words defectively or full so that various chapters and passage can amount to a very specific amount of numbers. The passage of the 10 Commandments has to have exactly 613 letters because the 10 Commandments express the full breadth of the Torah. The first 5 of the 10 Commandments expresses that we have a duty to God. The second 5 of the 10 Commandments expresses that we have the duty to man. And guess what? That's the entire length and breadth of the Torah. The idea that we have a duty to God and a duty to man. So the way that the scribes communicate that information, they write various letters in full or defective so that there's a sum total in that passage that agrees numerically with the overall idea of the passage. But we're not studying Torah on that level deeply to even be aware of that in our community. Instead, the greatest conversation is, are Edomites white people? Which is silly nonsense, by the way. The greatest conversation in this community is, who's going to be enslaved in the kingdom? Lashawan Qadash. Can I tell you guys a secret? Those are all elementary conversations. At our age, some of you having decades in this way of life, I would hope at some point you would be very uncomfortable remaining in kindergarten. You know how it looks for somebody 20 years old to still be in kindergarten? You know how we looked at that guy that got left back 4 times and he's still in the 6th grade? 17 years old in the 6th grade, that looks crazy, right? Well, that's how we look when we open our mouths as a collective community, the Israelite community. We look like the guy that's in the 6th grade that's 19 years old. It's time to grow up. On that note, Shabbat Shalom. Follow Learn Torah Hebrew Academy at patreon.com/Learn Torah if you would like to really learn Torah. Take care, everyone. Shalom.
Shalom and welcome to Zion Lex TV. Be sure to like the video, subscribe, and share the live stream. Become a member of Zion Lex TV and unlock several hidden features and hidden videos. Also, you can donate to Zion Lex TV at Cash App $Zion Lex or via PayPal at zionlex@gmail.com. We also have an online academy entitled Learn Torah Hebrew Academy. Visit us on patreon.com/Learn Torah. Our gold tier membership gives you unlimited access to our special event lectures and our special live movie nights. Our platinum tier gives you unlimited access to our Torah class, Kabbalah class, Patriarchs and Matriarchs of the Covenant classes, as well as understanding the New Testament via the Oral Tradition class. Our Diamond tier gives you unlimited access to all of the previous tiers, as well as our most sought-after class, our Biblical Hebrew course. And finally, our highest tier, our Sapphire tier, gives you unlimited access to all previous tiers, as well as our highly esteemed rabbinical course. Be sure to sign up today and check your tier membership so as to ensure you're getting access to the classes you desire. Thank you for visiting us here at Zion Lex TV, and now back to our current live stream.
Shalom, shalom, family. This is your brother Avdiel Ben Levi, otherwise known as Zion Lex. Go to Amazon and purchase all of my books. Type in my author name, Avdiel Ben Levi, or you can also type in Zion Lex. There you'll find some of my earliest books and my latest works. It was written and engraved, The DNA of Sound, The Star of David Controversy, Ancient Kemet on Trial, Patriarchs of the Covenant, Matriarchs of the Covenant, and my 2 foremost books that are critically acclaimed on Amazon, and even one has become a bestseller, and that's going to be the Messiah Codex Volume 1 and Messiah Codex Volume 2. So go to Amazon.com today, type in my name, Avdiel Ben Levi, otherwise known as Zion Lex, and there you can purchase all of my books. Peace and shalom, family.